conferencing and is also being live streamed by the county channel. The capacity in the media center is limited to 60 individuals in order to comply with social distancing requirements. The individuals must sit at least 3 feet apart and to be used on a first-come basis. Request for public comments has already passed, and we did not receive any. If you are a person here in the media center, I don't think we do have anyone from the public participating, so that will not apply. So now we need a motion to approve the agenda.
I move the agenda.
Okay, Ms. Boatright? Second. All right. Ms. Okay. Any discussion? If there's no hands up, voting is open.
Yeah.
Yes.
Goodrich, yes. Middleton, yes.
Kyrie, yes.
Worldwide, yes.
No.
Scrivener, yes. Scrivener, yes.
He said,
I think
yes.
he said
yes. This one. Can you turn this volume on?
The agenda is approved unanimously. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. We'll have a moment. We'll have a moment of silence. The media has been properly notified. We do not have any public comments submitted. So can the people that are participating remotely hear us adequately?
Yes.
So David, you're a little hard for us to hear.
Is this any better? I have background noise, so that might be interfering a little.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. So next on the agenda, we have the teacher retention recruitment. Dr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Walden, you want to start us off on that, please?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm going to try to share my screen.
Here, he walked from his house on the beach to here, and I was pleased to see him come out of the beach.
All you try to do is letting me share.
Everybody, we're at the long-awaited strategic plan meeting. First of all, I ask you, could you please check your phones and make sure they're on mute or shut off or something along the way. Mark, if you have two phones, make sure they're both the same way, Mark, okay?
one wasn't shut off.
I must say that Jeff Buckaloo got the best parking space today of anybody here. He walked from his house on the beach to here, and I was pleased to see him come out of the beach. When he came out of the water, I was kind of concerned that he was somebody I didn't know.
Good morning.
But he walked here for
Good morning.
It was,
You're really short.
it's good that we're all here this morning. That we're all here.
We are going
personally,
to
that we're
work
all
with you this
here
morning
today, but
on
it's a good feeling. having
international teachers, sponsoring of
It's
international
all about
teachers.
what?
I know you've had several
Complaints about
questions
what.
throughout the year
What
about
we do is we
what
keep
we
filling in
do,
the
how we
the
bring
when,
more
how, and
teachers over.
everything.
So I have a member of my team here, Reggie Dees, and he is the person in our shop who deals directly with our two companies that we do, that bring teachers. You have a list of all the current teachers, international teachers in boarding. So you just take a brief look at, so you can see who we have, where they're from, and the two separate companies. So, and then also today I have with us Melissa Azalea King. She is an immigration and labor lawyer with Beaufort, and she works directly with other districts as well as other areas and companies on immigration, sponsoring international people. So we're going to take not so very much of your time. Reggie's going to come up and give you a brief overview of how it looks for us when we bring those teachers on board from TGB and TBG and participate. He's going to give you a brief overview, and then we're going to bring Melissa up, and she will talk to you about the legalities of sponsoring teachers. So Reggie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Y'all doing okay this morning? Good. Currently, we are contracted with two companies. One company's teacher placement group that we just have contracted with this past year. I believe we have approximately 12 or 13 teachers from that company. And we also have a contract with a company called Participate Learning. And we have 19 teachers, international teachers from that company. After speaking with both companies on yesterday, in that contract that we have with them, they recruit and go find teachers for us. They make the process easy for us because we don't have feet on the ground in those countries to recruit those teachers. So they do all the legwork for us. What they do is they send us teachers. So I'll make contact with them. If we need 5 teachers for Spanish, they'll send me 10 candidates. I'll send those candidates out to the principals. Principals have an opportunity to interview those candidates and select the candidates that they want. Once they select the candidates, then we start the process of offering them the position. Once they accept, then the visa process starts for them. I have no idea what that process is because they do all the work for us as far as the visas are concerned. Once that candidate accepts, then these two companies start the process of finding them apartments, making sure that they have transportation. They also do their certification. We don't have to worry about their certification. They have to translate their transcripts from that country into English and send them to the State Department of Education for certification. So we don't have a hand in that process. It has been working. It's been very successful for the last several years since I've so what else you wanted me to discuss? That's it, okay.
Reggie,
Yes, sir.
sorry.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Sorry about that. Question, in the process, as you've seen it, right? What tends to hang up people? So are there cases where they accept the position, but then they can't come, right? Or something doesn't work out, right? Is it a transcript issue? Is it are there any things that seem to sort of trip up the process?
Yes, the embassy can deny the candidate's visa. So if the embassy denies their visa, those candidates can't come. a recent case, we have a candidate that was supposed to come fill a Spanish position at Robert Small. That candidate refused to get vaccinated. And that is mandated. They have to get vaccinated before they come in the country. So that candidate refused to get vaccinated, so they denied a visa.
And that's a State Department requirement?
That is the embassy requirement for them to come in.
I know some of these answers, but I'm trying to sort of bring that out because I think those are the kinds of questions they might ask.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dees, for presenting to us today. Where do you see the most vacancies occurring for our foreign teachers?
Chinese teachers for the last couple of years have been hard to get, mainly because of the pandemic. Before the end, it was pretty easy. They were doing a pretty good job. But there's travel bans now, China and Jamaica. So their candidates can't travel. Spanish has now become a concern because we have several Spanish vacancies currently. And we can't find any Spanish yet.
Sure.
So in regard to those where we're having difficulty, and it might be something outside of our control, like the embassy or vaccination status, what have you. What are we doing to try to fill those positions temporarily? Are we doing any type of remote teaching opportunities where there's a foreign teacher remotely and then some facilitator in the classroom, or?
We have contracted with a company. What's the name of the company? Proximity Learning. We contracted with Proximity Learning last year. It was successful. We had quite a few teachers come through, and that's remote learning. They teach the kids virtually. We have not hired a teacher from Proximity Learning this year because they have a shortage. So they started with us. They started contracting with other counties. And since I've spoken with them, they have a shortage. So we don't have a teacher from Proximity Learning, a virtual teacher from Proximity Learning, because they have a shortage. So we were using them to teach kids virtually, which is not, that's not the platform that we would like, but at least we had a certified teacher in front of the students.
Ms. Bowman?
Thank you, Manager. Mr. Dees, thanks for your comments. I'm not sure if this is a question you can answer right now, or if we need to wait for the second part of the presentation. One of my questions was, I know we used to sponsor visas, that we did not have a company that we contracted with. What changed and why? Why did we move from that model to outsourced model?
I don't have that answer.
It changed probably about 15 years ago.
Okay.
And I think we had a run-in with one teacher who was sponsoring in the whole legal battle. We had to send the teacher back. And the district just shut it down. But I believe if you would give Ms. Zelly and Kenny a chance to come up,
Okay.
then we can talk about that and how that might be able to still be mutual.
Sounds good.
Did you know, Campbell?
I may be early too. Both this is just about recruiting foreign teachers. And now, your presentation, go ahead.
Recruiting teachers?
He's
That's what you.
yeah, he's asking that the focus is about recruiting foreign teachers,
Yes.
right? That's-
Yes.
But you are going to talk about other recruitment and other retention sometime, or are you not?
Well,
No, we're focusing on
this
that.
particular presentation was geared towards the visas and international teachers.
Okay. Directives were. Now, on this subject then, I've got a question on this subject. When those teachers are recruited and they come in, the international teachers, what do we do to accommodate their adaptation to our culture. And I'm speaking from experiences, but you know, different countries have different cultures, and sometimes it does run into, direct competition with our culture. Our culture is not universal. So what do we do when a teacher, say, comes in from South America and not, not adjusted to our common culture? And I'm thinking just interpersonal relationships, teachers and students. What do we do to help that adjustment?
Well, first of all, when they come in, they go through an orientation, and we familiarize them with Beaufort County. Beaufort, OPT, Bluffton, and Hilton Hill. Both companies match those teachers up with teachers that we already have here that may be from their country. So if we have a teacher from South Africa, we try to find someone in this area and match them up with another person from South Africa. We shower them with support, give them a building mentor and a district mentor. Even though they have experience, we take them through the induction process. So we don't evaluate them until after, formally evaluate them until after 3 years. So during those 3 years, we provide them with support and we shower them with support. We try to meet with them twice a year with all of our international teachers right here. We haven't done it in the past because of the pandemic, but we usually bring all the teachers, all of our international teachers in. We'll feed them a meal culturally from the States and give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, speak, and familiarize themselves with all the other international teachers that we have. It is also required that they do a presentation in the school and share their culture with the students during the course of the year. Is that anything?
Yes, go ahead.
Our suggestion is that we do a thorough investigation of the culture of the individual that's coming in, so that we are not blindsided by certain things from those cultures that that's not ordinarily looked at. And
Campbell, I think I can chime in here. We do that as well as we work very closely with the company to provide the teachers for us. And if there is any issue,
you speak closer to the microphone? Thank you.
and if there's any issue we see, culture versus our culture versus their culture and their inability to acclimate, we bring the company on and we work with them with the teacher. And if it does not work, after our efforts, after the company's efforts, and they've actually sent their staff here to work when we've had those tough cases. We've been very fortunate that the teachers we brought here have pretty much acclimated easily. But we've had a couple of hard cases and they've actually come down to work with us and those teachers. So they're not left out there hanging by themselves. And we don't throw them to the wolves. And in fact, I think we had one this year that we worked with individually as well as the principal. He just could not seem to adjust and the company moved him to another district. So they're not there. We don't drop them there and come back and
you just said they moved to another district that way. Okay.
Well, we would have placed him in a position here. We just didn't have a location for him. For instance, this young man was a middle school teacher. His culture was different from ours. He was sharing information from his culture with the students that just wasn't pro. And the students took that information home to their parents. Parents contacted the school contacted us. We contacted the company, and the company shared with them that it wasn't appropriate. So we said maybe it's better suited for a high school. but we didn't have a high school position to place it. But we had to remove him out of the building, away from the kids, because the parents were highly concerned about some of the comments that the young man was making.
But that was just for my question.
Mr. Williamson.
Good morning. Just to get back to one thing that the question that was asked a minute ago that Mr. Campbell asked, that Ms. Walton said that they interview that they investigate. What is the investigation process? What does that look like?
Mrs. Smith, we have resumes, we have history experience on the teachers before we actually interview them. The investigative process begins in their country with those outside vendors that bring those teachers to us. They know what our standards are, they know what they're looking for. So they bring teachers that will fit with you.
In reference to understanding to more, I believe Mr. Campbell was asking, how do we understand their views? How do our HR department investigate? My question is, how do our HR department investigate what their culture is versus ours, and how it will impact their teaching, the interaction with the students here in Beaufort County School District? That's more along my questions.
That information comes to us before we actually hire a teacher. So we have a complete dossier of teachers.
I couldn't hear you, Ms. Walton.
That information comes in a dossier that we receive from the company. So we investigate that teacher and know who that teacher is before we actually hire that teacher. So we're looking for fits as well. Will that teacher fit in a certain school or not?
Okay, so basically, you read the report, and the report has the information that you need.
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no formal go out and investigate and kind of okay, all right. Also, my question was dealing with this, with how this program is ran. I remember back in the days, the principals would make contact with colleges and have relationships, and they would get teachers. What's the difference in that and versus this, and have we moved away from that? Are principals still allowed to contact universities and universities, and are they still allowed to get references from colleges?
So, Mr. Smith, this discussion right now is regarding international teachers.
Well, actually, and I understand that, but I'm asking what's the difference, so it ties in what's the difference between this international program and how we were formerly doing things, or how we do things. So to me, that's very germane to the subject.
Well, they've already explained that they use outside companies to recruit these international teachers. That's already been said this morning.
Madam Chair,
It'd be different from us going to universities and recruiting people. It's been explained, sir.
Madam Chair, I don't think that's within your wheelhouse, because I didn't ask you that, and I asked the HR director to help me understand.
We have Robert's rules, and we are discussing international teachers, which is posted on the agenda. Yes, it is in my wheelhouse, sir.
Well, no, because what you just did was you gave me the answer, acting as though I didn't know what I'm talking about. I know why I'm asking the question, and basically you're trying to shut down my question, and I don't think that's the correct thing to do.
You're out of order, sir, and I rule you're out of order. So let's go on. Ms. Walton and Mr. Dees, continue, please.
I believe
I'm not done with questions.
You are done, sir. I called you out of order. Close your lips.
No, that question is out of order, Madam Chair. That question is out of order. You said that one is. I have another question.
That was your third question, and there are other people with their hands up. Mr. Earl Campbell is next.
Okay, no problem. I can come back. Thank you.
You mentioned about one of the teachers and parents had concerns. Was it something negative toward what he said? I mean, what was the reason?
He made some inappropriate comments,
Oh.
speaking about his culture back home, for instance, in his culture, students at the middle school age were able to marry people older than them. That conversation should never haven't taken place. And he also put his hands on his student. Put the hair out of her face.
I would just say that let's not get into specific personal matters.
The teachers that I've talked to from out of different countries, they seem to know more about our culture than we know ourselves. A lot of them do. That is fact. That's a fact. Especially from Jamaica, from South Africa, even some Chinese. They know more about our culture than we ourselves. You know. So I think as long as they come in and teach our children, and parents agree with it, then there's no problem. And that's it.
Well, I can say this, Ms. Campbell, we find that most of the international teachers that we bring are excited to be here. They're excited about this country, they're excited about our culture. So they dive right in. And to just give you a light note, we had one of our Filipino teachers come in this summer. I was so excited that he finally got a Taco Bell. He said that he was going to eat at Taco Bell every day. So they really jump into the culture and they try their best to learn and acclimate themselves.
Ms. Goodrich. Thank you, Dr. Bonds. Can you just share with us a little bit about how the contracts work? Do we pay these companies annually, regardless of the number of placements? We pay them per placement. Can you just share a little bit of that financial information about the contracts?
Yes, we pay them per placement. Our contract with them is that they bring teachers to us and we pay them a fee for every teacher they find and if that teacher leaves, then the next year that teacher's replaced and then there's a new placement fee. But it's not a flat fee that we pay blanket with or without placements. And one of the other things that these two companies do that's probably very helpful for the international teachers. They provide a resource for them to take out a $2,500 loan when they get here, because they know they have moving expenses and they don't have money when they get here. So they provide them a loan, and it is in our contract that we give them the $2,500 and we do a payroll deduction every week or every pay cycle until that loan is paid. So that's part of our contract.
Mr. Davis Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the duration of the visas when they get them? I'm trying to calculate in my mind the turnover. Is it a 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year?
The contract that we have with them is for 3 years, and then we can request an extension for an additional 2 years. So the maximum is 5 years.
So if we get a really good teacher, we can keep them for 5 years, and then that's the end of it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ruger, I think that is the probably one of the biggest challenges I think that we see is that when you've got a great teacher, many times they want to stay, right? They want to stay, but when their 5 years are up, they can't, right? And so that is one of the biggest challenges.
Mr. Calkins.
Oh, yeah, I have to follow up on that. I saw where you had a bunch of categories, I don't know what they were, HPIP or something. In terms of students coming, teachers coming in, and I saw someplace where it said they could gravitate towards citizenship. Is that a possibility?
We're gonna let, Ms. Kenny talk to you about
Oh,
that. She
she's
talks
gonna
about
talk
all the
about that.
visas and
Okay,
possibilities.
okay, thank you.
Is Angela Middleton?
That was my question about citizenship, so I'll wait.
Okay.
All right. There being no further hands up, we thank both of you very much.
Melissa.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you just have to have, you have your mouth fairly close to that
Too
microphone.
close?
No, it's perfect the way you just had it.
Okay, good.
But look, everybody has a tendency to be too far away from it.
Okay, I think we're good to go. All right, so again, thank you for having me today. I look forward to answering any questions that you have. I know a lot of the things that you were asking Mr. Dees and Ms. Walton about, I can certainly try to address some of those things as well. I have prepared quite a comprehensive PowerPoint presentation today, but I also know that you probably have a lot of questions. So I'll just start into that and sort of lay the groundwork on some of these visa issues, but certainly feel free to jump in and ask questions and we can take the presentation in the direction you'd like to go. One of the first couple slides here really relate to teacher shortages, and I think this is one of the main reasons that many districts do look to some sort of immigration strategy. These statistics on this first slide and the next couple of slides come from two sources, the Economic Policy Institute, which is a national institute, of course, but there's also a report put out by SARA, the Center for Educator Recruitment, Retention, and Advancement. And they actually dig down into some South Carolina statistics. So some of the statistics here on the slide I thought might be relevant for you. But this graph, what we're really looking at here is from 2010, really all the way through 2025. What we see is a decrease in the supply of teachers nationally, but yet an increase in the demand for teachers. You'll see that the fourth bullet point down, nearly 6,000 South Carolina teachers did not return to a teaching position after the 2019-2020 school year, and in South Carolina, more than 700 vacant teaching positions at the beginning of the school year. So I'm sure that you're familiar with that, and that's happening in your district perhaps as well. Why is that? I think there's a variety of reasons, and we see this not just in education, but in a lot of different industries. COVID-19 has obviously changed our worlds professionally and personally. I think that does, explain some of the changes in the workforce patterns. We have baby boomer retirees at a high rate, some young teachers leaving the profession. I thought this was interesting. 42% of the teachers who left last year had 5 or fewer years of experience, and only 16% had 1 year or less. So, newer teachers seem to be entering the profession and leaving. The bad news is if we say, well, let's just go to colleges and universities and try to recruit more teachers, what this slide is showing us is that not many people are entering that profession. That's on a decline. So the available supply, is not there when we go to find it. So the bottom line here is districts are trying to strategically find a way to increase their hiring pools, and that's where the immigration strategy is one thing to consider. In South Carolina, international hires account for 1% of all new hires. I thought that was really low. I'm surprised by that statistic, but it came from the SARA report. That is a decrease from 5% over the past 2 years. I do wonder if maybe that's a decline because of the pandemic and the impact on international travel. I know there was some discussion about that earlier, and what we are seeing is on November 8th, Biden has lifted those travel bans. So I think for some of these countries where maybe, whether it's China or the countries in the Western European region or the UK, where maybe teachers weren't able to come, once those bans are lifted, you might see a little bit more of a flow coming from some of those countries. So that should be helpful for a lot of people. The embassies and consulates are very delayed. Many people are waiting several months for appointments, so we're still struggling with that, but I do think it will get better. So let's just talk about how these visas work specifically in the school district setting, and I'll try to comment on how I think Beaufort County is now utilizing these strategies. So this is the typical path for a foreign national teacher. They typically either come to the US on a J1 or an F1 visa. And if a district or they want to remain in the US, they then transition oftentimes to an H1B visa. And ultimately, if they're looking for more of a long-term strategy, they will then transition to what we call a green card. A green card that's another term for the green card is permanent resident status. It is different than citizenship. It's similar to citizenship, except you can't vote and your tax status is a little bit different. But for all intents and purposes, a green card holder is somebody that permanently intends to reside in the US. Once somebody's been a green card holder for a certain period of time, then they can apply for citizenship. And that's called naturalized citizenship. It's pretty much the same as, your birthright citizenship. Okay, so that's the typical path. So where Beaufort County is right now, according to my understanding, is you are heavily using the J1 visa program, right? The sponsors that Mr. Dees talked about, if you participate in the other one where you have more than 30 teachers, those are J1 sponsors. The teachers are here for a maximum 5-year period. You may also have some F1 teachers. Those would be teachers maybe who are graduating from, let's just say, the University of South Carolina. They then have some employment authorization, and they then on their student visa will come and work here for a limited period of time. But most of your teachers are probably in the J1 category. So if we just talk broadly, what is this J1 category? It's really designed to be an exchange program. So these sponsors find these teachers, locate them abroad through a variety of sources that they have. They then bring them here for a limited period of time. There are lots of things that the J1 sponsor does. They not only find the teachers, they oftentimes coordinate housing, they provide them with benefits. One of the questions related to cultural activities, they're obligated to engage in cross-cultural programs for these teachers. So they're very much a supporter of the teacher. And part of that also involves placing them at a host employer like the school district. The maximum time that they can remain in the J1 status is 5 years. So it's the 3 years, as Mr. Dees mentioned, and then the 2-year extension. But after the 5-year period, then the teacher doesn't have more time in this program. Sometimes we get questions from districts, well, we'd like our district to consider being a J1 sponsor. And I don't know if that is where the district was in the past or not. I'm not aware of other districts, at least in South Carolina, that are J1 sponsors. Most of them use these outside agencies. But if that's something you might be asking yourself, should we be a J1 sponsor? What I would say to you is this is a very regulatory area with lots of obligations. You pretty much would have to hire somebody that would be what they call a designated school official, and that person would have to do nothing but administer this program. So there would be a lot to really consider here. This slide kind of walks through some of the things you would have to do. I mentioned the cross-cultural programs. There's some financial obligations and responsibilities, but I did want to make it clear that this is, while this would not be off the table, it would be a challenge and would require some real coordination, I think, in the district's part to actually do this. Okay, so if we think about these J1 teachers, one of the things that we have to be aware of is that some of them, depending on the country that they're from, have attached to them what we call a 2-year home residency requirement. And this is based on the idea of the exchange. If they're coming from a country where there's a shortage of the skills in their country, before the immigration office will allow them to stay maybe beyond 5 years, they have to either go back to their country for 2 years or they have to get a waiver of that requirement. So it's always good for a district to know of the teachers that we have here on J1, how many might be subject to this requirement? Because if we do want to keep them in some fashion, knowing that we have to work through this or they have to work through this, I think is an important piece. So I just wanted to mention that to you. Not all countries have this requirement. So a lot of the Western European countries don't have this. I don't think Jamaica has this, but countries like countries in the Middle East, South Africa, what else? some of the countries in Eastern Europe, they definitely have this 2-year requirement, so that's good to be aware of. It can be waived, and most districts take the position that if they're going to consider employment of a J1 teacher beyond that 5-year window, that the teacher is responsible for dealing with this. Most districts do not get involved in this. You can, but most don't. It's a process where the teacher would apply at the Department of State, and they would work through some requirements to get that waiver. It takes about probably 8 months, 9 months. So the teacher really needs to be kind of on top of it, knowing, what needs to be done. Okay, I mentioned the F1 students. Again, I don't know how many you have that are maybe teaching in the district F1 students, but if you do have some of those students, they typically can stay for 1 year and remain employed after they graduate. If they graduated in a STEM field, they may be able to stay for an additional 2 years, but these slides kind of walk through what you might be looking at from an employment authorization with an F1 teacher. So then the question becomes, if we have these teachers in our district, they max out on the 5-year J1 program, is there anything we can do to try to sponsor them or keep them? And what a lot of districts consider is the H-1B visa program. Okay, so let me go through kind of how that works a little bit. First of all, what are the benefits? Well, the obvious benefit is if we like the teacher, they're doing a great job in Spanish immersion, we can keep them beyond the 5 years. There is no home residency requirement here. So, if we sponsor a teacher, there's no requirement that they would have to go back to their home country at some point and fulfill time there. Typically, this is not an annual thing. My experience with the J1 program is that annually you are paying a fee for each J1 teacher. The H-1B, there is a cost, there's a legal cost and there's filing costs, but usually you are getting that H-1B every 3 years. And the other thing that's important is this is employer specific. So if you as a district invest in this and do this for a teacher, they can't take the visa that we've obtained for them and jump over to District B. So it is, it must involve you and you only, and it's a contract between you and the employer. We can only file H-1Bs for people that are in what we call specialty occupations. And so that generally is defined as a position where the job must require a degree in a specific field. So teachers are easily qualifiable here. I mean, our state requires that they have a bachelor's degree or something equivalent to that, usually in a specific field. So that's not an issue. There is a 6-year maximum. Okay, so we can do an initial 3-year H-1B, and then that can be extended in one additional 3-year increment. Now, you see on the slide, it says may extend in some circumstances. Where that comes into play is if we really like a teacher. We've had them on the J1 for 5 years, we've had them on the H-1B for 6 years, and we say we're vested in this person, they're vested in us, what can we do to keep them longer? If the district then does the green card sponsorship, that allows the teacher to keep extending the H-1B. So that works. That's a great option. Obviously, there's cost associated with that, and it depends on the value of the teacher to you and the discipline maybe that they're in. There are wage obligations attached to this H-1B, but in my experience, most districts that are operating with a salary schedule don't have any issue with this. When I say wage obligations, there's the Department of Labor publishes schedules and says, these people have to be at a certain threshold. You can't sort of bring in the cheap foreign labor idea. And so, you have to make sure that teacher, that math teacher at the high school level is getting that wage threshold. But what I'm here to say is that most salary schedules are going to exceed that. So I don't anticipate that would be a problem for you. Probably 5 to 7 years ago, this H-1B program wasn't as popular as it is today. And the reason for that is that there were limited numbers of H-1Bs, and districts all over the country would try to obtain a slot, only to be told that there wasn't a slot available. And a few years ago, there was a change in the law that said that if a district has some sort of relationship with a college or university, and they can demonstrate that that relationship in some way benefits higher education, then a district anytime during the year can file this H-1B. So most districts, and I know Beaufort County is the same, you have dual enrollment agreements or student teaching agreements with universities or colleges. That allows you to take advantage of utilizing this program anytime throughout the year. So the idea that there's a maximum or we may not get a number, that's no longer an issue. So that's a very positive thing or development in this area. The licensure for an H-1B is different than the J-1. When you're here in the J-1, you have an international certificate that's all facilitated by the sponsor. When somebody now is moving to an H-1B, there's an initial certificate that they have to obtain. So oftentimes our role is working with Alice and her team and Reggie and coordinating with the South Carolina Department of Education to make sure that this teacher has the appropriate licensure. Praxis exams, PLTs, there's different things that have to be done to make sure that's happening. One thing I do want to point out that sometimes does happen, South Carolina has a law that says before the South Carolina Department of Education will issue an initial certificate to an H-1 to the teacher, they have to be an H-1B. But the immigration office says, we're not going to give you an H-1B until you have the license. So it's kind of this catch-22. So there are times when we will file H-1Bs asking for 3 years, but the initial period granted is only 1 year. This is very inconsistent. Our practice is we always request 3 years, and I would say in 80% of the cases, we get 3 years. But sometimes we file a case asking for 3 years, and the immigration office strictly interprets that rule, is the way I would say it, and they give us 1 year. But if they give us 1 year, the teacher then gets the initial certificate, and then we can continue on with additional extensions. So it's like my power point died. My battery might be out. Okay, well, I'll go to my slides here just so I can see what I have for you. Any questions? I know I'm moving very fast, but any questions so far with what I've said or anything else that you want to ask?
Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, you mentioned that after the 5 years is over, they have to go back to the country. Now, who make that decision? That's the State Department or their country?
That's part of the J-1 program. With that J-1 sponsor, let's say it's Participate, they're signing an agreement indicating that they intend to go back. Okay, so that is part of the Department of State J-1 program regulations. But your intent can change. So there are certainly teachers that do go back after the 5 years, but there are sometimes teachers who say, you know, I really like living in the US. I have a district that's interested in having me remain, and I'd like to stay. So your intent can change, and that's not a violation of the law.
But the reason I asked it, because I look at the number of teachers in the United States, shortage, you know, maybe they need to change that. You know, because it keeps going up every year, and it's not getting any better. You also mentioned that the State Department they have to get approval for international certificate. And I know you have anything to do, probably know what to do with that. But I think that the state of South Carolina need to change some of their rules, because if you have a shortage of teachers, then that means that our children are not being educated. So, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so the other thing that I was going to mention on the licensure issue is sometimes we do have teachers that cannot pass the praxis and move from the international to the initial certificate. So another strategy that we sometimes use that you might be familiar with is the letter of agreement option. And that just allows a teacher who needs a little more time getting their licensure to work for a year under the supervision of another teacher and use that at times in the immigration process.
We have another question. Who's finished?
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, and I reference our list here that Ms. Walton and Mr. Dees gave us. If we see someone in their program year that is over 5, does that mean they're an H-1B visa? Okay, because we have a couple that are over their 5th year. If we see on here their 5th year, we may assume that this is the last year. And these will probably be vacancies because their J1 has run out.
That's right.
Is that,
That's
how I would
you know,
take it?
that's a good general assumption. I mean, I haven't seen the list, but that's a good general assumption. If those are your international teachers, anybody over 5 could not be here still on a J1. It could be maybe they married a US citizen and got a green card. It could be, you know, there could be a variety of things,
Okay,
but it's a good general assumption.
okay. All right, I think I'm just trying to take,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just trying to take your information and make it work for what we're seeing within our district. So thank you.
So because of the pandemic, because of the pandemic, this past year, they extended their visas for an additional year, so it made it 6 years, so. And some of them, and they had a choice to stay or go back home. So the majority did decide to stay for the additional year.
Okay, thank you.
That's right, I forgot about that, so that was, I don't think they're doing that again, I think that's done, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but for 1 or 2 years, they did do that, so okay, that's correct. And that's good to look at the timing consideration there, because while we can obtain an H-1B for somebody fairly quickly, I mean, 15 business days, the immigration office, of course, charges a filing fee that's pretty steep to do that, so it's good, most districts like to avoid that, so if you're wanting to avoid that and get the teacher in place, let's say for the fall of 2022, your timing on that probably is after the first of the year. That's when most districts are going to start to, you know, make their decisions on this. Any other questions? No, that seems like it, right? Okay, and I have a few more slides, but I really think I've covered the heart of the issue, so thank you again. If you have anything else, I'd be happy to answer anything via email or otherwise, so thank you.
I thought we were doing more.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were just pausing in the presentation. I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
So, one of my questions is, I know a lot of districts in South Carolina are H-1B sponsors.
Right.
What is the process? What does that look like for a district to become an H-1B sponsor? What would we have to do?
Really simple. I mean, essentially you decide, we want to hire this math teacher, and this is the salary that we're going to pay the teacher. Essentially, you prepare the application to the Department of Homeland Security. You're usually going to use an attorney to work through that. We prepare those documents, we file it with the Department of Homeland Security, and normal processing time would be about 2 to 4 months. And then we would obtain an approval. And at that point, the teacher is in H-1B status. So it's very different than the J1 program where you're using an outside third party. You are the direct sponsor here. There is no middleman, if you will.
So this is why I wanted to talk about this issue, because so my understanding is we have the J1 and they have to have the certificates and all that done in advance. And then what I know has been happening is when we hit that 5-year window, we have a teacher, we train them, they're in the system. The staff likes them, the student likes them, they want to stay. Sometimes they have children that are in the schools and have a relationship. We hit that 5-year cap and one of these other H-1B sponsored districts scoops them up. So we have a lot of stories and I think probably it's picked up in the last 5 years because of the cap exempt status. So what I wanted to look at was, since we do have, 25% of our vacancies are Spanish language or foreign language vacancies, how we can get those people to stay. So to my question about the process, if I'm understanding correctly, we would have Participate or the other company get our J1 certification and help with the process of getting them moved over, getting their certifications. They would be here for a while and then we would, if we wanted them to stay and they wanted to stay, we could sponsor them as an H-1B visa. Would that be the appropriate sort of process?
If I understand you right, let me say it this way. The J1 sponsor is not at all involved in the H-1B process. And there's a fine line that a district walks when they're looking to transition a teacher from a J1 to an H-1B. And the reason for that is, and this is all J1 sponsors do that, there are contracts that the district and the teacher have signed. And they kind of reflect, as Mr. Campbell mentioned, this idea that they go back, that's part of the J1 program. So there are strategic and certainly legal ways to work within those parameters. But I guess I say that to you from the standpoint that if the district is thinking about taking a J1 sponsor from, a J1 teacher from a particular sponsor onto the H1B, your timing of that is important. You want to make sure you're not doing the transfer until the teacher exhausts the 5-year window. And then you probably want to have some loose conversation with the sponsor about what you're thinking about and make sure that there's not any objection or any sort of negative feedback that you're going to get. But assuming that that is all works out, then after the teacher finishes the J1, the sponsor would sort of step out of the process and then the district would step in and actually do that H1B sponsorship.
And just as a clarification for your answer, are you saying that there are other ways besides J1 to HB1? Like if we became an HB1 sponsor, would it be more, they could come in just as an H1, or is it J1 to H1B more the normal traditional process?
That's the normal, and there's really no other way. I mean, you could go J1 to green card, but that would be a huge investment by the district.
But basically, you start off J1 no matter what.
Pretty much. Now, you could start off H1B.
But
the problem you run into there is now are you going to hire an international recruiter to run all over the world to find your teachers? Or maybe you hire an outside agency who finds your teachers for you. And you don't do the J1 program and you bring them directly in on an H1B, you could do that.
I like the steps J1 to H1B, I just didn't know that.
The nice thing about the J1 and H1B, it gives you're paying a cost for it, but it gives you an opportunity to make sure you like the teacher, make sure they like it here, it's a good fit, you have them for 5 years, and then, like we said, you can transition on. The other thing I'll mention that we didn't really talk too much about was the green card. And I would say what I see in South Carolina is fewer districts doing that, but some districts are considering that. And I think what you might anticipate for a teacher that is on the ball and really familiar with kind of what's going on in the education space in our state, they may approach you and say, I'd really like you to conduct a green card sponsorship for me as well. Many times they're negotiating that at the front end. So that's where the district is then, making that commitment after the H1B period to then move them on the green card. The other thing I should mention is some districts will do reimbursement agreements. So this is another thing to think about. It really doesn't work well at the H1B stage. Most districts are paying those costs, but at the green card stage, there are some parts of that cost that you can say, if you want us to sponsor you, we'll do that, but that portion is going to be your cost. So there's some creative ways there too. Thank you. Sure.
I'm going to call on those that haven't spoken. Ms. Rowan.
Thank you. So this is kind of taking Ms. Boatwright's question a step further. So on our list, and we currently have 5 teachers who are in their 5th year of the program, and 5 who, because of COVID, were extended to the 6th year. So that brings a total of 10 teachers. So I heard you say we have to be strategic about when we would start the H1B process. So, but I also heard you say, like, it can take like 3 months to do it. I think, so when in this, is it at the completion of that 5th year in January, should we be beginning that discussion? And so when should we begin that discussion? And do we begin the discussion with the J1 sponsor before we talk to the teacher? I mean, how do we?
So the timing of a J1, the J1 is given a document called the DS 2019, and the district would have this on file for every teacher. Most DS 2019s, when the teacher is coming upon their 5-year expiration, that DS 2019 is going to end on 6/30, let's say 2022. Okay. Once that expiration date is hit, the teacher then has 30 days in which they have to leave the US or file something that allows them to stay, like the H1B. So knowing that time frame is key, and any time within the 6-month window before that expiration, the H-1B petition could be filed. Okay, so that would be your timing. That's why I mentioned as you roll into 2022, your timing is good. This is when you want to be really start seriously considering this. How you enter into the discussion, I think depends on a couple things. If the teacher is from a country where the 2-year residency rule is going to apply. Remember I mentioned some teachers have to go back to their countries for 2 years or get a waiver. I think one recommendation would be evaluate your list and look at who falls within that category. Because those teachers, hopefully, if they're going to stay, have already started into that process of figuring that out. So I want to know that. Assuming that's not an issue, I think you start the conversation with the teacher. And, we're interested, are you interested? And then I think, and this is probably something, where really Alice and Reggie and I just need to kind of strategize on. Then there's probably some conversations that are had with the sponsor and the teacher, there's just, it's hard to probably address that, this forum, but I think there are some things that need to be, taking place there.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I've been listening, I just had a couple questions that I think, like moving forward, that we should consider, district should consider. But what it seems like to me, based on kind of that tricky area where you have the J1 sponsor to the H1B sponsorship, I think that if we were looking to do the H1B, that there should be some clearly conveyed expectations of the J1 teachers if they want to be considered for H1B sponsorship, so that that's laid out from the onset. Not that we're going into, okay, all J1s are going to be H1B candidates, but this is what we expect if you want to be sponsored by us as an H1B. I think that would be an easier route to go, so that it's just, they know that the expectation is of them, and then we could move forward. But I think my other question is in regard to that, the international certificate to be H1B compliant, that's the DOE regulation. I'm curious how many J1 that have been moving to H1B we had that have not met that requirement to get the appropriate licensure. How many of them are not passing the praxis, and is that something we might want to consider for being one of our legislative priorities of asking the DOE to look into changing that is preventing us from hiring a teacher that we've had for 3 years and has been doing well by us? That may be something that the state needs to hear. I don't know the answer to that question about how many we've been potentially losing to that requirement.
I mean, I can speak just generally what I see, but it's few and far between. Most of the teachers are able to pass those practice exams. Sometimes, and I think it's mostly in the immersion area, like a teacher may have an international certificate in one field, but the Department of Education will take the position that the initial certificate needs to be in a different field. So, they're now taking praxis and it's not maybe what they anticipated having to take, but by and large, most of the time the teacher is able to do that. The other thing, I think your point on the education is good. And one of the things we do for districts is when the district decides we have these 10 teachers that we want to sponsor, we will do something very similar to this PowerPoint, where a representative of the district and a group of teachers will be on there and we'll sort of walk through some of these tricky issues, things to be thinking about, how this works with your family. We get a lot of questions, can my spouse work? So that is, I think that oftentimes puts teachers at ease in some respects and gives them an understanding of what you expect as a district and what the process will look like.
And then I just have one last question about what has stopped us in the past from being the H1B sponsor? So, because obviously it sounds like it's a great idea for us. So I'm just wondering what has been if there was a red flag or reason for not doing it, what is it? There's just making sure there's nothing missing.
I can't tell you specifically what it was, but it was a board's decision. Board's not.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Melcampbell.
I'm here to say anything. Well, I mean, my thought is this is not the purview of the board in terms of directives. I think the superintendent has a directive in terms of hiring process for educators. And unless he needs something beyond that from us, I'm viewing this as information sharing in terms of what we're getting today. I don't know. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong about the process, but I don't know if we have anything at all in terms of our role in this, except to understand what the process is. If it needs to be board policy to go beyond what the superintendent has already, then I'd like to hear what we have to do with. I want to know more, not just in terms of the international educators that are coming on board, but what we're doing to retain them and others, and how we're going to retain the other teachers. I'm not sure what we asked for, but I see the highlighted is visa and international teachers. But I want to know the overall scope of retention, not just the foreign teachers. And that may not have been what we asked for.
I think the request from Ms. Boatwright was focused on visas and international teachers at that board meeting. So that's what we came to, but I think in follow-up to what Mr. Campbell was just asking at on the onset here, or just stating it on the onset, are there liabilities for the district in an H-1B visa versus a J-1B visa or F visa if it is the case? I mean, I think that's, I don't know that we've talked about that today, but is there a liability issue between any of these or not?
Right, well, let me speak to the H-1B on that, is that, there are a couple things that come to my mind. One I've mentioned, which is a wage obligation. But, so there's kind of a wage floor that you would have to pay the H-1B teacher. But again, I think with the salary schedules I've seen kind of across the state, and I'm sure yours would be certainly good as well, that's usually not an issue. So that the wage floor, most districts are exceeding that for salary schedule. The other one that is important to recognize is there is a return transportation obligation. So let's say that we sponsor the teacher for a 3-year period. And in year 2, the teacher is performing poorly and we say, we'd like to sever the employment relationship. There is an obligation that we would pay if the teacher returns home, the cost of one return transportation airline ticket, not for the entire family, not hotel accommodations and food, one airline, economy airline ticket. So I don't, oftentimes that doesn't come into play a lot, because what the teacher does is if it doesn't work out in one district, they go to district B and they sponsor them and they move on. But the law does say that there's that one return transportation ticket. Other than that, really no. I mean, they're just like any other teacher. If you choose to continue the relationship, fine. If you don't, that's fine as well. You are in filing the case with the immigration office, representing that you're going to abide by the terms and conditions of the H-1B program, but it's pretty much what I've told you there. So the sponsor would be the Beaufort County school district, and you would be the W-2 employer of these teachers as you would for your other employers.
I don't know if these are myths or not myths, but maybe you can help clarify some of this as well. What I've heard oftentimes over the years, like I was at a district in Florida that also at the time did not sponsor candidates, but one of the things was that the district is responsible for actions of the individual. So if the individual commits a crime out in the community, then there is a responsibility or liability on the part of the district because they're the sponsor. Is there any that could be myth, right?
I mean, I think that's a myth, right? I mean, anytime you have a manager, let's just say, who's an agent of the district, who's acting in the course and scope of their employment or on behalf of the district, then sometimes you can sort of impute liability to a school district. But we're talking, this is teachers, right? So no. I mean, bad press coverage, right? But that could be any teacher, right? So yeah, no, nothing there that I'm aware of.
I'll ask a couple things, or make a couple comments. I concurred with you, Mel Campbell. I saw this as an informational session. I don't think the board needs to weigh in on directing Dr. Rodriguez to do whatever. I think that's his decision, and if we don't agree with it, or think it should be something else, and we can come back at it. So it seems like, and also in terms of Earl Campbell's comments, yeah, we're desperate for teachers, as is every district, good teachers. What we're desperate for. So it seems smart that we would go after these 10 people that are now at the end of their J1 visas or have a 1-year extension due to COVID. And if they're all good teachers, and they likely are, since they've already been here 5 years, yeah, why don't we go and do the HB1? We'll reach out to them in the next couple of months and see how many of those are interested in doing that. To me, that seems like no harm. That wouldn't be expensive for the district. We're not going to be the recruiter. We've already been recruited. And we just have to do the legal process for obtaining the HB1 visas. That's my comment as an individual, not as the chair. That makes sense to me. There's 10 more teachers that are good, that are hard to recruit, since they're typically foreign language teachers. I just wanted to say to you, Ms. Kennedy, that our final presentation was good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith.
I too, along Mr. Campbell, I agree that this is well, first I'd like to thank the presenters for the people who presented today, and thanks for giving us the information that you've given us. But however, the way is on the agenda, and in terms of teacher retention and recruitment and slash visa, I was under the impression that we would talk about those as well as the visa teachers that come across the state lines to teach, and that we would also talk about those other various topics. So in terms of being just limited to, I'm very concerned about the planning that went into this to only make it to direct towards visa, and there's been a talk about a large amount of those other areas as well, and I think that we failed to put the necessary time into this full topic that has been needed today. And in terms of not being able to discuss those other things, because these are very important topics, along with just visa teachers coming in and understanding that process. These other topics are very important as well, and I think that I'm a little disappointed that we're not able to get to that today. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to make a motion to direct the superintendent to look into it, because there was a board motion years ago to move away from that, so I didn't know. I think it's fine not to have a motion, but to me, the changes in the cap status and the fact that this is the issue that people grab me in the grocery store and say, you're on the school board, we're losing a good teacher. And when I started looking into it, it made a lot of sense for us to sponsor H-1B visas, because we have a lot of teachers. I know some of them, by reputation, will be sad to lose them. When I looked into it, it wasn't just foreign language teachers, although I think that's an acute need. Lexington 1 has special education teachers coming in from international. And I would wonder if we couldn't even get, say, additional nursing help, give them a teaching component, and maybe even get some school nurses. I mean, there's a lot of shortages that we can't solve through like our traditional hiring practices. So I think looking at this pool is really important. So I'm happy not to make a motion, but I would hope that the district would look into adding this and get back to the board at some point with their decision, because I think it would really benefit the district with teacher retention.
So is wouldn't nurses be different though, because they're not certified staff like a teacher is?
Study nurses are hard. I mean, if you have a very like neonatal nurse in a specialty critical shortage area or something like that, that does work for an H-1B, but probably the school nurse it wouldn't work. And the reason it wouldn't work is whether we agree with this or not, the Department of Labor sees that as not a position where a degree is normally required. Go figure. I mean, most nurses I know have a bachelor's degree, but you know, we could discuss it, but nurses or, you know, other non-licensed positions usually don't work, but.
But my thoughts too were, why don't we have I mean, a lot of nurses might be certified to teach something as well, and it could be a dual role.
We've done speech language pathologists, we brought them in under special education categories.
PTOT.
Right, what else? A lot of immersion teachers with math, science, I mean, really any of the disciplines. It maybe just depends on the district in terms of your shortage areas that you see, you know, more of a certain occupation. I don't know if we're working on
The other thing is, I mean, we were talking about how people come here know more about our culture than we do. We live in an area that people want to live in and that people know about outside of this country. So if you go to other places, they recognize the name Hilton Head, they understand Beaufort, they like history. You know, Hilton Head Island is the #1 island in the United States now 4 or 5 years in a row. Charleston's like the #1 city. So this area will attract international visitors. When you go to London, you don't go to Wolverhampton, you go to Bath, you go to England. We have that kind of foreign appeal, and it sort of solves some of our recruitment issues from an affordability. Because we're such an appealing place to live, it's getting less affordable for teachers. So I think that this is a really good fit for this district to look at bringing in international teachers.
Thank you. I think that we don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Dr. Campbell, next session is, this morning is going to be on the African American Heritage Conference.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. All right.
Good morning, board chair, board members. I am here today to give an update on the African History Education Conference that we will have in February of 2022. Oh, I'm doing this. I thought it was you. I kept looking. I want to make sure. Okay, that's, yeah, I was on confused. Is this yours? All right, so good morning again. Thank you for allowing me to give you an update on the African American History Education Conference that we will have in February of 2022. I want to start by saying that, you know, I heard it a little bit today, you know, Beaufort is a very special place. It's a place where people really respect and honor the culture and history. And so I just feel that it's very advantageous for us here in Beaufort County to connect those dots to our teaching and learning within Beaufort County School District. So Martin Luther King, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said it best. We are not makers of history. We are made by history, and we are shaped by the world around us. We are who we are because of the history that we've lived, and we don't get a chance to change that. But we here for Beaufort County School District, we are charged with providing high quality education for all students, regardless of the history that they've lived. So just to give you a little background, we all know that Black History Month is an annual celebration of achievement for our African American African Americans and a time for recognizing their central roles in the United States. We also know that African American History Month grew out of a week celebration, which was conceptualized by Carter G. Woodson and other prominent African Americans. So let me go back to this one. We know that since 1976, every US president has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month. And other countries around our world, including Canada and United Kingdom, has also devoted the month of February for Black History Month. In February of this year, South Carolina Department of Education sent a memorandum to all district superintendents, instructional leaders, and principals outlining the resources to support African American history. The South Carolina Department's goal in this was to assist teachers in providing high quality resources to appropriately celebrate Black History Month. The lessons and resources shared were not just reserved for Black History Month in February, but it was also outlined to be used throughout the school year for all students. Our African American History Conference will be in February. It is an example of how we can provide high quality resources to our teachers to provide appropriately celebrate Black History Month and contributions, not just in the month of February, but throughout the school year. The theme for our conference this year is Untold Stories, Sharing Beaufort County's Rich and Diverse History. The save the date picture that you see here was taken in Beaufort in 1939, and you can find this picture in the Schomburg Center Research in Black Culture with photos and prints division of the New York Public Library. The color image behind the picture is entitled Firegrass 2001, oil on canvas, painted by our Jonathan Green. I want to recognize Susan Lynch for coordinating this save the date, which I think it just symbolizes what we want to accomplish the week of February 18th through the 20th. In communities around the country, we are recognizing the importance of collectively supporting every child, which often requires a new way of working together. For the African American History Education Conference, we partnered with Technical College of the Lowcountry, USCB, and Penn Center for this 3-day event. Our focus areas. Our focus areas for this conference is that educators will leave with a deeper understanding of the history and culture of Beaufort. Teaching and learning opportunities that we can embed history and culture in that. We will ensure that classroom teachers leave with resources and access to the African American history throughout our county. We will provide hands-on, concrete activities that will help bring lessons alive in the classroom. And last but not least, we will recognize and honor our educators who participate with recertification credit for each of the 3 days, which they can receive up to 21 recertification credits. Friday, February 18th, is structured for our teachers, our students, and our student teachers, which will come from USCB. Symbolically, we will kick off our conference on the campus of the Technical College of the Lowcountry. It is where Rachel Crane Mather founded the Mather School in 1868 to educate the daughters of enslaved African Americans. She was a firm believer that everyone deserves a chance to get a good education. So we just thought it was very symbolic to start there. We have some other surprises, but that's the one that we wanted to emphasize for February, not 18. On Saturday, February 19th, participants will hear the oral stories, the untold stories of Beaufort County. Community storytellers will help to connect the history. It is on this day that participants will be able to connect history through the historic landmarks of the downtown area of Beaufort. Through this experience, participants will be able to connect the Reconstruction era influence to the local African-American history of Beaufort County. On this day, there are 9 landmarks throughout the downtown area that we will tour and connect the history to that. So we're really excited about that experience for our educators. And lastly, on Sunday, February 20th, participants will experience the rich culture of Penn Center. Penn Center is the site of one of the first schools of newly freed African Americans during the Civil War. It served as a retreat for Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. We will end our conference experiences with participants experiencing the rich culture and history and the untold stories of Penn Center and the St. Helena Island. I'm struggling. So at this time, I would like to share an untold story. This picture that you see is a picture of Mama Jane. Little is known about her, but we do know that she was born in the 1850s on Parris Island, South Carolina. She lived more than 80 years, and she was known as a spiritual leader in her community. She has 5-generation descendants that are still living in the area today. This is my 5th-generation grandmother, Mama Jane. This is my untold story. When we connect personal stories to teaching and learning, you make it relevant, you make it real. When you connect students to these stories, you connect students to the world around them. It is a personal thing when you connect those personal stories, and I apologize for being emotional, but when I look at this, I see history, I see culture, I see sacrifice, I see where we come and what we can be. I'd like to play this video. This is an example of how our students can connect to the past, present, and future. It's already going on in Beaufort County, so it's not like this is something new. This was taken last year, a video of the students at Coosa Elementary School and how they connected the African-American history to the present and future. And I thought it was well done by Ron Lopes. I wanted to share this as one example of what we do in Beaufort County and how we can build on this example so that all students in Beaufort County can have that rich experience. Play your sound. You got this. I got this. Every time I see that picture while we connect, it just, it just connects us to what we learn each day, in our schools. It makes it relevant. And,
Bulletin board is celebrating diversity. Each month, Coosa Elementary School uses the interactive board to educate students on a different cultural group.
It's exposure, letting them know that there is more one than Beaufort, there's more than South Carolina. There are people all over the world who've done many things to influence our nation, to impact the things that we do today, and just helping them to become more aware that there is a larger world, there is a bigger world outside of Coosa.
Questions are posted on the board, and students need to go around the school reading short biographies of influential people and places to find the answers.
We are posting different questions each week, like a trivia, and at the end of the week, they turn their answers in, and 2 winners will be announced on Mondays, and we give them a small token, a thank you for participating.
This month, the board is celebrating Black History Month, and the theme is notable South Carolina African Americans.
At our school, we have a high population of military students who don't, remain in South Carolina. And so one thing I wanted them to do was to be able to take this information with them and to know that there were some significant roles here in our state and some things that were done to impact the nation and, of course, the state of South Carolina.
So far this school year, the board has focused on several different themes, such as Hispanic heritage, South Carolina Native Americans, and even showcased the school's diversity.
We highlighted every student that had a school picture. We took up this board and the majority of this wall with each of their faces, and we had a quote as our center for Maya Angelou.
As the school year continues, the board will also help students learn about famous women, influential people with disabilities, and more.
For our students, what I have loved is coming in the morning times to see them excited and going from poster to poster and trying to figure out the answers. So they're having to read every poster or look through every poster. So that information, I feel, is something that they are keeping and they will remember, hopefully, for a long time.
Online lessons are also created for each month's theme for teachers to share with their classes and students learning virtually. At Coosa Elementary School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
Again, this is just one example of the work that we've done in Beaufort County School District. I just want to end with that this is just an update of our planning for the conference. We're not finalized. We haven't finalized everything yet, but we are moving forward. We're in the process now of solidifying presenters, facility agreements, and other logistical pieces. We are targeting 300 people for this event, and we will hopefully increase the number of participants in future conferences. This concludes my update for the African History Education Conference.
We have some questions. Thank you very much. Mr. Earl Campbell.
Yes. I know we mentioned Penn Center Math School, but we don't talk about Shanklin. Shanklin School was created by Booker T. Washington and Mrs. Joseph Shanklin Sr. And there's they put up a plaque right next to the fire station on Shanklin Road about a year ago. I went to that school. Many of the folks that went to that school also. So I would hope that we talk some about that also. We need to not only talk about the history of here in Beaufort County, but I think we need to talk about Black history, African history, period. We need to rewrite the history book. Because a lot of folks in this country don't want to talk about the past. They all want to talk about the future. And there is a lot of, the majority of the things that we use today was invented by Black folks. The majority of it. Yeah, but that's not in the history. So those are some of the things that I think we need to talk about. And for me, I guess I'm from the old school. I don't talk about folks that a lot of us talk about, like Clyde Burns and all. That's not history to me. You know, I look at where we came from as a people in this country. In this, you know, it's sad when we don't know our history. I remember the first time I went to Germany, I already German fellow. He knew more about our history than I knew about. You know? And we talk about the other culture. And that is something we need to instill in our young Black males. The culture that we came from, we didn't act the way we acted today. And that is something that we need to change. Thank you.
David Stripinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I cannot applaud this initiative loud enough. When I said that we needed to develop a profile of a Beaufort County graduate, this was my exact target. No one should graduate from our schools that doesn't understand Gullah Geechee history, culture, and art, and the Reconstruction era. And the untold stories is another really valuable thing, because there's a lot of things that aren't written down that are handed down generation to generation through oral history, and we don't want to ever lose that. We need to put effort into it, but I just can't applaud enough that this is exactly the target for a Beaufort County graduate. No one should graduate from our schools without having this understanding. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your comments, because I was about to say I am a graduate of Beaufort County, and one of the things that we learned about growing up was about the rich history of where we live and where we are raising our families. And I think you guys are doing a wonderful job in further enriching that for our students and our teachers too, because not a lot of our teachers who come here are from here. So I think that that's a very important component, and I just wanted to echo what you said and applaud you all, because I think that this is wonderful, and I love seeing it going deeper. The one question I want to ask is, are we going to get?
So we have this, yes, the short answer is. We have a planning meeting shortly, I think next week, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll determine who will get the safe date invites. But we've had conversations about what that will look like in terms of the 300. What percentage of that will be Beaufort County? Yes. So the short answer is definitely yes.
Ingrid Bowen.
Thank you. I was just going to say, I find your presentation and your approach to this subject very inspirational. And, you know, I'm the first person to speak not from South Carolina. So I'm relatively new, I've been here 12 years, and I'm new on the board, but I just am so overwhelmed sometimes by what we have here in Beaufort County in terms of that personal connection that I think we should really explore. And to Mr. Earl Campbell's point, I went to Germany when with my parents, and you know, we did some of the usual things, but they made me go to Dachau concentration camp, and I didn't want to go, and it was hard. So now I'm getting emotional. Where's my water? I didn't open this one. I got it. And when Mr. Campbell was talking, I was thinking about the quote that's in front of Dachau concentration camp, which is, I was going to look it up specific, but basically, those who do not remember their history are doomed to repeat it. I'm paraphrasing. But what I want to say is, to me, I love this personal connection that you have. I think we are blessed to have you and other people here to make these presentations. I do, though, disagree a little bit with Mr. Campbell, because to me, and I was a history major in college, history informs us for the future. But I want, to me, this is very future looking. It's recognizing the past and looking forward to where we go from here. And so I think that you really hit the nail on the head with this.
Thank you. Kathy Robine.
Thank you so much for the work that you put into this. I can't wait to attend. I was coming, in fact, I already put it in my calendar. I would hope, that we are doing this for our staff. To me, I sat here and thought, wouldn't it be wonderful if our students had this, they were taken to Beaufort and went to all these landmarks. They were, like, it should almost be a required field trip for our Beaufort County students at some point in their career after you successfully do this with your teachers. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Melvin Campbell.
Thank you very much. And a guy who was one of the board members who did inspire this process, and applaud him and the board for backing this initiative. Some of the things that were discussed there is, relevant history, and Mama Jane, Mama Jane's last name,
So we think it's her last name is B. I did a little research. So before Paris Island was a military island for military Marines, cotton plantation farmers. So we can trace it to this BEE. Yes.
I'm not familiar what I'm pretty sure research will also show that Paris Island was at one time owned by Black. But
Yes, six
sold to the
families.
military. But there's so much history here, and we're just touching a minor portion of it, and the significance of it in terms of South Carolina's history and African American history from a national standpoint is much more dramatic than just the little bits and pieces that we're going to get here, which is a catalyst, I hope, for more investigation of history and more investigation by our educators and by our students who are future leaders of America. But a lot of things can be traced back here, and probably the most significant of the things that we know as universals, U.S. students, American students, we know the Emancipation Proclamation can be traced back here directly. People don't understand why. When a lot of us went to school, they rushed over it and said Lincoln freed the slaves and with the Emancipation Proclamation. But when you dig deep into that history, you're going to find out that Lincoln responded to the response of the Africans here in Beaufort County. That was direct relationship to the Emancipation Proclamation, because the history would tell you that the Emancipation Proclamation did not free a significant amount of Africans who were enslaved. They were not freed until after the Civil War, 1865. But what it did resonate to the people who were in Beaufort County around this coastal South Carolina area and create a different landscape, if I might, to what this coastal area looked like for the other 150 years after the Civil War. And that's the kind of history that has to be brought out. When I introduced that Beaufort County profile, what that student should look like, this is just part of what I had envisioned. It's part of the direction that I'm in. And I don't want to, bring up CRT as a part of this dialogue. I just want this dialogue to be we need to educate our children, all of them, on some of the aspects of where they are and where they're from. Look, the students who are military students who come into this area, once they leave this area, they should be familiar with history. And I just thought about, even the rivers, even the islands that make up this county. How many people know them, where they are, and what rivers make it. It's more than just the Black history that's here that we really need to dig deep into to make sure our seniors, when they leave, they have an understanding. It makes it easier for everything. Makes it easier for everybody. I mean, if you're gonna be I don't care, a marine biologist, then you want to start with where you're from. I mean, you can't understand the Massachusetts big colony unless you understand your own county. You don't want to go there unless you understand, Jesse or Phillips Island and things like that. You got to understand all of those places, and that's part of our responsibility as educators to make sure that our children understand that. We don't want them coming back here like I did and still have to learn the physical part of Beaufort County. They need to know that this is home. So that's my extra spiel. Thank you. I think you understand where I'm coming from.
Ms. Goodrich? Thank you, Dr. Boggs. Boy, I have so many emotions running through me right now from this. Thank you, Dr. Campbell, and your entire team. Thank you, Colonel Donner, for your role in this. Dr. Rodriguez, thank you for supporting this. This is good stuff. This is really, really important stuff. Hearing some of these comments, I'm also humbled. So I'm filled with gratitude and I'm humbled by this area in which we live. It's amazing. And I'm also incredibly excited because I know our teachers, with this professional development, with this, what they're going to be exposed to in February, I guarantee you that the students will learn what they need to learn, because that's what our teachers will do. They'll take this and they will run with it and they will get excited by it. And this is really great stuff. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton?
Dr. Campbell, thank you so much. I did shed a tear when you told your untold story, because I am from the Low Country myself, Charleston. So I know there is a connection. Most recently, me and my husband are tracing our lineage, and he's found out some amazing things, because he's from St. Helena Island. So he's found out some amazing things about amazing people in the state. And we're gonna go even farther, because next year our plan is to go to Africa to trace even farther. So when I come back, I'm gonna share some things with you, because I know I have that Beaufort County connection.
Yes.
I know it's there. I think we're all connected on this coastline. So thank you for this. And I'm looking forward to the invite, because I definitely want to participate. Hey, just tell me what I need to do. I'll put on my sneakers and I'll walk everywhere you need me to walk. I would love to participate.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank you, Dr. Kimball, and your staff, and to all the organizers of this conference. It looks awesome, and my question was like Dr. Wisniewski's. I want to be sure that we're getting the invite and have it already on my calendar, like this drove by. So I'm really looking forward to it. It was awesome. We have some. Let's see, Mr. Smith. I don't think you've spoken.
As I sit here and I do this presentation, I'd like to thank the people who've put the time in to put us where we are at this point in time in this presentation. Most importantly, I think that it is a thing to honor that Beaufort County School District is willing to actually recognize that to reach one, to teach one, that we must understand where they are, to meet people, to understand the culture, and how the best way will to be in reaching them by understanding their culture and understanding them. So I'm looking forward to this conference, educating people, teaching people different things about African American Black people, people of color, and understanding how some of their thinking, understanding who they are as a people, and identifying different things about them that just not make them unique, but make people in the world unique, so that we can better understand each other as a whole. I too have a lot of emotions in terms of this, and I'm looking forward to this conference. And when they said the community piece, I know I'm sure there's a ton of people in Beaufort County that who could offer this conference some great wisdom and knowledge and a great wealth of history in Beaufort. And I'm definitely willing to help out any way I can. And I know that there are definitely several people on St. Helena or in Beaufort, from the Anita Prayfus to the Queen Quetch to the other people at Penn Center. There are there's a large amount of wealth of knowledge in Beaufort County in terms of our place as on Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech was crafted at a cottage on Penn Center. And that cottage today still sits there, and certain people still use it, and they still have meetings in that cottage on Penn's campus. And it's just things of that nature that, listen, I'm anything I can do to help out with this conference to help bring the wealth of knowledge to it, I'm willing to. I'm looking forward to see the fruits that this conference will continue to bear in this district. With that, I would just say thank you. Looking forward and willing to help out in any way I can. Thank you.
Mr. Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that strikes me about this and what Dr. Campbell and the team is I think this is the first time, at least in my 14 years here, where the educational institutions of the school district, Penn Center, the USCB, and TCL have come together on anything. And this should be the first of many like initiatives, because we need to educate birth to adulthood and beyond adulthood in this society that we have now. And we're only going to be able to do that as a team of educators. I hope this is the first initiative of this type. And then we need to do things with the Hispanic community. We need to do things with the military community for everyone to understand. So I applaud what you've been doing. You and your team doing great stuff.
Thank you. Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Paris Island is owned by blacks, but also the majority of the air station is also owned by blacks. And I know a lot of times we talk about Charleston and rice, but rice was growing right here in Beaufort County. So.
Mr. Smith?
And also, I just wanted to add in there also, we may want to possibly look at we have a couple of galleries too in Beaufort County, like the Livingston in the Penn Center Historical District as well, that have just moved there. That teachers that will also give them a chance to hear different stories and also to see some things as well. And that may be something too that we may want to check out, because we have some great galleries in Beaufort County as well, and that have history. Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes our questions, and thank you, Dr. Kimball and your staff. So how about a 10-minute recess for bathroom or coffee? So we'll reconvene at 11:05.
take their seats again. So we can continue on our agenda. Our next topic is supporting language proficiency and acquisition. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. This stems from the conversation that we had at a very recent board meeting. So our team came back together and started brainstorming about possibilities. And so we have Ms. McKenzie here who's going to share some of that, and then the rest of the team is there.
They're supposed to be behind me.
It took off on you. It took off on you. But anyway. They're coming back. They're coming back. Go ahead, Ms. McKenzie.
Okay. First of all, thank you for allowing me to share this with you today. This is a really mighty and groundbreaking charge that we were given, that you guys directed on October 5th. So it's taking us some time to go through it, but we want to share what we've started at this point. The first thing that we noticed is we started trying to connect it in the presentation that you just saw from Dr. Campbell is a perfect fit for what we're going to try to do here for our students and our community. See if the presentation's up. Okay. The first thing that we did is we did sit down together and we tried to come up with ways that we can make this a really viable, long-lasting thing for our district. And that meant reaching out to experts. So we reached out to the director of the Gullah Geechee Heritage Corridor, and she's going to be joining us later, Victoria Smalls. And as she was talking to us and telling the story about the development of that corridor and how difficult it is to do this groundbreaking work sometimes, she hit on a statement and we all kind of looked at each other because it just fit. It fit our goal with the district. Language is a vital connection to the culture itself. So that's what we started with. This next piece is just a timeline to show you what we've been able to do. This is a continuous process, so we have a long way to go, but we are excited for where we are right now. So on October 5th as a board, there was a charge given to the district to work on Gullah Geechee impact on language proficiency. We got together as a team on October 8th, and we sat down and really started brainstorming. What do we offer students right now? How can we offer things better for students whose home language is Gullah Geechee? How can we address that need? We all went off in our own ways, did research, spoke with professionals in the field. We came back on October 14th, and Dr. Rodriguez joined us then. The district, we kind of met and continued that brainstorming and looked at the components that we wanted to put into a proposed plan. And I'm going to go over those with you in just a moment. We really wanted to make sure that this was research-based so that we knew it would have an effective impact on all of our students. On October 15th, we met again in another collaborative meeting, and this time we asked Victoria Smalls from the Gullah Geechee Heritage Corridor to meet with us. She graciously did that and kind of led us through how some other areas in our country, not just in the Sea Islands, but also in Michigan, in New York, and other areas where peoples ended up after the Great Migration, and that Gullah Geechee culture is still alive. How are they addressing that with their students? So it's wonderful to have her with us. And then on the 18th, we did a little bit further of a presentation to Dr. Rodriguez to make sure that we were following the guidelines that he wanted us to. So he's been a valuable member of our team, not just a leader there. A lot of discussion about the profile. The profile is going in front of the academic committee soon, so I'm not able to share that with you. I will share this. It is beautiful. It is well done. It was done under the direction of Jerry Henderson. It is exquisite. It is exactly what our district needs. And we tied into that because we're trying to tie this into what we're already doing and what we're looking forward to doing. So what we did was we looked at the areas of that profile where we could fit in. The profile is going to have 4 columns, 4 pillars of support for our graduates. One of those is global citizenship. Underneath global citizenship, there are two areas: interdisciplinary life skills and agents of change. What better agents of change than the African American community in our area? So that will be a definite fit for us. The next one is historical knowledge. African American studies and military history are direct correlations to what we're trying to do here. Financial literacy is one of the components of the profile, and we feel like that's going to fit in as well. So we're just looking at how we're going to make that work for our students. And the last one is eco-literacy. And this came up earlier with the board. Don't remember which board member said it, but we do need to know the area that we live in. This is a rich cultural area, but it's a rich ecological and environmental area. And our students should graduate with a clear understanding of how that fits into our community. This is a little bit lengthy. So bear with me as I go through some things. This is a proposed plan. We have a lot of work left to do. It's only been since October 5th, so I just want to remind that before I start going through things. We are tying it into the profile of the Beaufort graduate. We are looking at the standards. We are looking at research based on the culture and student achievement. Those areas are going to fall under understanding of basic human rights, African American studies, Sea and Barrier Island studies, agents of change, and military history. So those will be the areas that we're going to try to tie in with the profile into our standards and curriculum. Professional learning opportunities. I think that's been talked about a lot today. We have a lot of teachers who are new to our area. And it's not that they don't want to know our history, but we've got to do a better job of helping them with those professional learning opportunities. So we do want to provide that so that our teachers have an understanding of the program and so that stakeholders in the community have an understanding of where we're headed with our program. We are looking forward to the African American Conference, and from what I heard just recently, you all are looking forward to being invited to that as well. And we want to tie that back in. I believe it was Mr. Campbell who said our students should also see these things. That is our next step with that. Once our teachers feel comfortable in teaching it with their understanding and awareness, we'll be rolling that out with students taking those trips as well. Let's get to that language piece, because that was really the charge that we were given. We looked at what do we currently offer our students who are considered multi-language learners. We offer SIOP. Our teachers are being trained in SIOP, that is Sheltered Instructional Observation Protocol. It works for all students. So we are going to try to make sure that every teacher in Beaufort County School District is SIOP trained. As we did our research, one thing kept glaring at us, and that was academic language. When you look at student achievement, one thing that always comes out to us is that what's holding our kids back a lot of times is academic language. You know, I've heard teachers for years say, I know that child speaks English because he speaks it in the hallway. It's conversational English. Academic language is what they test children. So we want to have a real focus across the board with all of our students on academic language. That will help every child in Beaufort County School District. We are looking at local board approved courses that we're trying to put together to bring in front of you for approval on African American, WG history and culture. We think that is a vital component to this. And vital, also vital is a language connection to the actual culture itself. So we will be making sure that the culture is taught within our schools. Family and community engagement is going to be a little bit tougher. Engaging our community in something that is a controversial topic is going to be very difficult for us to get started. But we feel like the African American Conference is going to help. And as we push it out, through our students, the cultural awareness, the understanding, and the students become engaged in it, we feel our whole community will too. We are looking forward to family nights that highlight culture. And we're also looking forward to tapping into a cultural art festival sometime in 2023. We're looking at spring. Instructional data. This is a tricky component because when you're looking at elementary and middle school, you have the diagnostic of math, you have SC ready, you have those students' performance in the classroom, and then you have that qualitative data of how are the students doing overall. When you get to high school, you don't have that diagnostic past ninth grade. You don't have SC ready. And not all courses have EOCs. So how do we go about identifying students that need additional language assistance with academic vocabulary? How do we identify those? So this is what we've come up with so far, but please remember this is a work in progress. We're looking for other ways to identify. So SC ready, math, and GPAs would be beneficial elementary, middle school. English 1, they take math, and we also would use their GPA. English 2, we would look at the EOC for English 2 and their overall GPA. So that's about as far as we've gotten at this point, but we have tapped in and asked for assistance from the linguist and from other people who are professionals within that community. We are going to hear from Victoria Smalls in just a few minutes, but before that, if there are any questions, I would like to answer.
Thank you. Kathy, we have several questions. Mr. Campbell?
I know you said, something about the greater community accepting, this approach. I don't want us to undermine what the greater community desire in terms of the education of the population. But my question is, how do we ensure that the SIOP training is inclusive of the Gullah Geechee child? And I know SIOP, I went to that training. I know what it's supposed to do. But I think that's the kind of thing I intended when I asked the question about the number of kids that would qualify as English speakers in the Gullah Geechee student population. And I'm thinking early childhood and first grade, more though than 7th and 8th, because if we decide trained educators are fully entrusted early, then I suppose that 7th and 8th grade the problems will go away a lot. But
that would be our hope, and we are planning to start with our early childhood teachers first.
My question would be, okay, does the SIOP training include the culture of our Gullah Geechee children? I know it does include the culture of the Latino children, but that's what I would want.
While Diana is coming up, I just want to request, we'll try to capture, Mr. Campbell, your question, and I think Diana might have a response to that. But after, if we could just pause on questions, because I know Victoria Smalls is limited on time and she's on Zoom with us. So I want to get, I think if you can touch base on this question and then.
So basically, the basics of SIOP training, which obviously Mr. Campbell, you've been through, is really just best practices and everything. It's been a focus of the ESOL population for the general education teachers and ESOL teachers to be trained in it. However, it really is a language training, sheltered instruction protocol. So it should help all teachers with strategies. It's not specific to the Latino or Hispanic population. That's kind of where
like Cal, the Institute, and other schools and other organizations have supported that. But WIDA gives training as well that is multilingual, not just for our population. So I think we'll be covered if we ask the Cal Institute and whom we hire and decide to approach with SIOP training to be more inclusive of all languages, not just our Spanish speakers.
I think one of the things to do, Mr. Campbell, is as our community of educators becomes more, I guess, educated or learns more about our local culture, right? That then they can apply what they learn there to the combination of the strategies that you learn from SIOP and become super effective at it,
That was
right?
my question.
I think that's an important component that, you know, things like the conference and other initiatives like that will be helpful in combining.
And that was what I was gonna say, just the inclusion of the cultural understanding for our teachers will help. And SIOP is used for different languages. Here it's used for Spanish primarily, but in other parts of our country, it's used for Russian students, you know, Arabic students, so it's used for multiple languages. We'll let Victoria Smalls come in.
Yeah, so first of all, Ms. Smalls is with us, and I am just incredibly excited to have the opportunity to tune in with her in a conversation just the other day. And well, she'll tell you that she would say things that I would just start asking 50 million questions. I was at fault for getting us off track sometimes because something she'd say would just pique my interest and take me down a path. So Ms. Smalls, if you would join us, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so very much. It's such an honor to be here before you all, before the board, before the superintendent and the staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share today. If it's possible to put up, will I be able to have the slide up from the PowerPoint? Because there's some bullets there that I will be addressing today. Is that possible? Okay. Yeah, the very next one. So we want to talk about, I want to start from the beginning and talk about the Gullah Geechee culture. We're going to go into the Heritage Act, then our corridor management plan, go in depth a little bit about our language, and then education as our #1 pillar. And so when speaking about the culture, I'm a Gullah Geechee woman, lady, coming from St. Helena Island, a fine product of our Beaufort County School District and higher education schools there here in Beaufort County. And so we're talking about who are the Gullah Geechee people and what makes up the culture. And Gullah Geechee people are the descendants of West and Central Africans who survived the Middle Passage across the Atlantic Ocean and were enslaved for almost 2 centuries. More specifically, they performed slave labor on coastal plantations that stretched from Wilmington, North Carolina, down to St. Augustine, Florida. So the deeply rooted Gullah Geechee culture emerged from harsh conditions endured during enslavement and the subsequent years. This uniqueness is a result of several circumstances. Number 1, Africans continued to be imported illegally. 2, we lived on islands separated from the mainland by rivers and marshes and alluvial streams. 3, our ratio of Black to white residents was overwhelming on most islands, and the enslaved and subsequent generations exceeded 80% of the total. And 4, the isolation and demographic majority meant we had very little interaction with mainstream America. These circumstances created an extraordinary psychological adroitness, being clever, helping us be more clever. For our diverse roots, we develop patterns of living that are expressed in a dynamic and still ever evolving culture. While evidence of our culture is found in distinctive arts, we know that, the crafts, our cuisine and food and music, the culture is also deeply embedded in patterns of social organization and shared values that are crucial to community survival. Evidence abounds of Gullah Geechee people struggling and flourishing in our journey, while others have been nourished and strengthened by our example. So I want to just make it clear that it has been widely accepted that Gullah Geechee culture is unique and distinctive among all of the descendants of enslaved Africans in the United States. That means Gullah Geechee people have retained most of their Africanisms for hundreds, well, centuries. And so let's get into the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Act. And so the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor, the corridor I will be referring to it as, was designated by the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Act, Public Law 109-338, and was passed by Congress in 2006. Our local coordinating entity, legally established by Congress and titled the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor Commission, is my board, kind of like what your board, you are board members to our county. So this is my governing board. I am also a former Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor Commissioner, and we're all appointed by the Secretary of the Interior. And so a little bit more about a national heritage area. So the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor is a national heritage area. Although it is not part of the national park system, we act also under the Secretary of the Interior, and they provide us technical and financial assistance for the development and the implementation of the management plan, which I will get to momentarily. And the corridor focuses on a distinct African-American population, a living group of people with a deeply rooted yet evolving culture. I like to keep saying evolving. So the purpose of the corridor is to recognize, sustain, and celebrate the important contributions made to American culture and history by African Americans known as Gullah Geechee. And we are those who settled in coastal counties of South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. And what that looks like on a map, again, that would be all the way from Wilmington, North Carolina, or Jacksonville, North Carolina, down our beautiful Atlantic coast, down to surpassing Jacksonville, Florida, to St. Augustine, to about 30 miles inland. That demarcation, if you look at a map, is going to be a governmental federal boundary. Gullah Geechee people and rice fields are beyond that area. And as stated early, Gullah Geechee people are dispersed throughout the United States through migration. So as we assist our public, we continue to do the work. The corridor still continues to do the work, and we assist state, local, public, and private, also federal entities in those states and beyond in interpreting the story of Gullah Geechee and preserving Gullah Geechee folklore, arts, crafts, music, and language. We also assist in identifying and preserving sites, historical data, artifacts, and objects associated with Gullah Geechee people and culture for the benefit and education of the public. So I want to now go into our Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor Management Plan. As you can see the image to the right of the screen, we worked in 2012 with the National Park Service and the Department of the Interior. The commissioners worked to prepare and publish this document. And this is the plan that is really our marching orders. So the management plan was developed by the commission to guide future implementation efforts in cooperation and collaboration with partners. Our partnerships are vital. They are one of our most important things within the commission and the corridor. We are unable to do the great work that we do without volunteers and partners and strong collaborations. So the plan reflects and addresses the extensive public stakeholder involvement undertaken by the commission and provides a blueprint for how to address the issues and concerns that were identified throughout the planning process. There was a planning process that preceded the Heritage Act, and that was a special resource study done by the National Park Service. It's called the Low Country Gullah Culture Special Resource Study and Final Environmental Impact Statement. So this is a document that predates the management plan. So we have this blueprint, and it addresses the concerns and issues that were identified in the planning process. The vision, the mission, the goals, and primary interpretive themes in the plan create the foundation for future implementation. The management approach developed for the corridor is the heart of the plan. It provides the basic building blocks for implementation. The management approach focuses on 3 interdependent pillars. Number 1 is education. Number 2 is going to be economic development. Number 3 is documentation and preservation. And so to effectively implement the management approach, the commission developed primary interpretive themes. This is going to be a framework to assist in telling we story. That's how Gullah people say it, telling we story. The following 6 primary interpretive themes would be the focus of future interpretation efforts by the commission and its partners. So number 1, origins and early development. Number 2, the quest for freedom, equality, education, and recognition. 3, global connections. 4, connection to the land. 5, connection to, cultural and spiritual expression. And 6, Gullah Geechee language. So let's dig a little bit deeper into the Gullah Geechee language. So this is going to be prominent among the distinguishing characteristics of Gullah Geechee identity is a unique form of speech that has traditionally been referred to as Gullah or Geechee, a distinctive Creole language. While the Gullah Geechee language has been developed, adapted, and spoken over the past roughly 250, 260 years, from an outsider's perspective, it has historically been derided as substandard or broken English. Beginning with Lorenzo Dow Turner, a linguist, beginning with Turner's groundbreaking work, Africanisms in Gullah dialect, his pivotal work was published in 1949. The language has increasingly come to be appreciated, even by outsiders, as a legitimate and remarkable language in its own right. Unfortunately, it is also an endangered language due to the encroachment of English. Gullah Geechee has had an influence on American English in general, and particular influence on African American English. Words like gumbo, yam, toad, biddy, nanny, and many more have come into English from Africa through Gullah Geechee. The rules of grammar and the sound system are not the same as English, and what might sound to cultural and linguistic outsiders as bad English may be good Gullah Geechee. As in this example, "E done carry 'em to the store. E done carry 'em to the store." He or she has already taken it to the store. So besides words of African origin like tote, which means carry, to tote means to carry, Gullah Geechee speech has many distinctive idioms, such as day clean for morning or dawn. There's a widespread interest in developing a better understanding of Gullah Geechee language and concern, especially among those who claim a Gullah Geechee heritage, that a precious linguistic legacy is in danger of fading into oblivion. When asked which features of Gullah Geechee culture must be protected, preserved, or continued, respondents in the corridor consistently specified the Gullah Geechee language, including its vocabulary, idioms, and folklore. Oh, I'm going to take a quick breather. That was a lot. So now we're going to go to education, the #1 pillar of the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor Commission. So here's a little tiny history lesson that all of you already know, but I want to just share it as it ties into what I'm about to say. Within Union occupied areas here in Beaufort County, military personnel and Northern teachers also commenced efforts to provide Blacks with a formalized education. Reflecting their desires for education, African Americans of all ages flocked to these schools because they understood that education was an opportunity for self-improvement. In some areas, they contributed money and their own land and labor to hire teachers and to erect schools. My family is one of those families that sold land to the founder of Penn School, Laura Town, in order to erect a farm school in our community on St. Helena Island. Blacks knew that literacy and learning was foundation to family and community strength, or as Gullah people may say, strength, and was used to build awareness. Issues related to education are based on the premise that education is key to building understanding and awareness of the contribution of Gullah Geechee people in the creation and continued involvement of the United States. In addition, as a result of inadequate education about Gullah Geechee history and culture, young people in the corridor are mostly unaware of their roots. So in closing, it is evident that we now understand that retaining the Gullah Geechee language is vital to maintaining and the connections of this culture. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to share just a little bit of this information, and I'm available for any questions if it pleases our superintendent and the board.
Okay. Dr. Rodriguez, any questions? This is why I said what I said at the beginning. I mean, just talking with her, the brief interaction we had the other day, she would just say things, that just, I used to teach history, so I love history, right? And so culture and history are kind of right on my alley. And she would just say things that would lead me down another path. I just had to keep remembering, I gotta come back because I gotta focus on this, but I can talk to her for hours. So I'll give you the chance to ask questions.
All right, Mr. Scrivener?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to Mel Campbell's original point, which was children from Gullah Geechee families may need extra support similar to ESOL students to get the language proficiency they need in our education system. But now listening to you, the downside of that is that we're helping to dilute and, possibly obfuscate the Gullah Geechee heritage. So that's a fine line there that we have to be aware of. So am I misreading this or I mean, how do we get around that? Because we don't want to work against preserving Gullah Geechee heritage. That I think that's one of our primary goals is to preserve that. But at the same time, if we discourage Gullah Geechee language in the educational system, it seems to be at cross purposes.
Mr. Scrivener, before Ms. Smalls takes your question, I want to share with you on a personal note. Growing up, I was born in Miami, Florida, to a family that had come to the United States in the late 1950s, early 1960s. And something that was just incredibly prominent in our house was this notion that, we needed, it was incredibly important to my dad and my grandparents that we know and understand and stay close to our culture and our language while we assimilated into this great country. And I can remember as a little kid, and even me today as a 50-year-old. When I talk to my dad, right? If I talk to my dad in English, my dad will respond to me in Spanish, and the conversation will then ensue and continue in Spanish, right? And then my dad, you have to understand, right, is completely bilingual. He was vice president of Florida International University. My dad taught accounting and business management at Florida International University. He was dean of the college of business, right? He did a tremendous amount within that university, extremely fluent in English, bilingual, but it's just important to him that I and my brother, that we all sort of hang on to our language and our culture, and that we were to be bilingual, which I'm incredibly grateful for as I've grown up. It has been a tremendous asset, to me. But hanging on to it and not losing it, and that balance, learning English and being fluent in it, and understanding the dynamics within language was incredibly important to him. Ms. Smalls, I let you take on Mr. Scrivenger's question, but I know it's an important one.
It is. Thank you so much for the question. And one of the things that I think could be helpful is sharing my story in this regard. When I started growing up on St. Helena Island, Gullah was my first language, very first language, and English was my second language. Because we would travel into Beaufort just 7 miles to go shopping or get things that we needed, I was made to feel ashamed by laughter, people laughing at me, just speaking how I was born and raised and nurtured and loved to speak my first language. And because of that, I started policing my own speech. I didn't even give my teachers the opportunity to educate it out of me. I started doing it myself. I was made to feel ashamed of my language. And I know that there could be some other, students, many other people within our communities that have been made to feel ashamed. Don't speak that way. There's a place for it. So understanding that we have children that have the potential to be bilingual if they are made to understand that this is an actual living, breathing language, number one, and that they have the opportunity to be bilingual is going to be empowering. As a 9-year-old, when I stopped speaking in public, if I had known that, I would have been an amazing, fluent speaker today. Unfortunately, I developed a stutter, and it wasn't a real stutter, but it was me suppressing the words that really distinctly denote that I'm Gullah Geechee. The words the, that, them, they. I was trying to say those words, but that little Gullah girl wanted to come out and say dem, dat, day, over day. All of that, dare, day, dat, dem. So in order for me to be able to move and try to force myself, I had to cut that off, and it was just, people were very patient with me, but I really actually thought I had a stutter until I went to South Carolina State and learned about Lorenzo Dallas Turner work at South Carolina State and Claflin University, or Claflin College at that time, and his work and his research, and working with one of the Gullah Corridor commissioners who was a linguist, Commissioner and Dr. David Frank, who assisted community members in translating the New Testament or the Bible to Gullah. And this is going to be one of the first oral examples, written examples of our oral language. You also see Ronald Days, who is a St. Helena Islander, native Islander. You see other people in Gullah speaking that are starting to write the language down. So first and foremost, I think that helping students understand that it is a language, and our teachers. So when a teacher is in a classroom and they ask the question, well, 6 + 1, 5 + 2, 3 + 4, 8 - 1, and the child says "7" with a B, that they are saying that is wonderful. That is, I'm listening to your gullah. I want them to be able to be praised, but educators and teachers have to be able to recognize the language in order to be able to help not educate it out of them. And I'm hoping that I gave some insight on that.
Yeah.
Ms. Goodrich? Ms. Knowles, thank you for that response. Dr. Rodriguez, also thank you for sharing your story. I had the same question as Mr. Strivenger about not wanting to minimize the incredible asset of being bilingual. I do believe in resilience of children, but they certainly can maintain 2 languages when honored, when the other language, whatever it might is honored. But getting back also to Mr. Campbell's and some other members' initial premise of this conversation, I remember part of the conversation was talking about interventions for students that might need it for that academic language. SIOP is wonderful. I see it as a tier 1 intervention now, tier 1. And so my thought is, how do we have a screening process that validates and honors a child that's first language is Gullah Geechee, but then can also see the substrate of a language deficit. In my world of special education, if you had a child that was deaf or hard of hearing, and you wanted to screen that child, you needed someone that was particularly adept at understanding the language of deaf and hard of hearing children, because it doesn't follow the typical English pattern. So is there conversation about that, about tier 3 interventions based on screenings performed by someone that is vividly aware of language deficit, but not, but you know what I'm saying, Ms. Walls, but also understanding the glory and the honor of being able to speak 2 languages.
Absolutely. Well, definitely we would be bringing in our linguists to be able to help give a better technical answer to that. But then also we screen within early childhood education. I remember taking my children to get screened to be able to be eligible to go either within Head Start or an early learning program at Ladies Island Elementary School. They're the 4- and 5-year-old pre-K class, multi-age classes. There was a screening process that was done, and I understand that we don't want to stigmatize, but there's a way to be able to do that very early on, I feel, but I am not an expert. I am not a linguist. I do know that we have this amazing document of this management plan, and we do have this federal backing within this plan in order to move forward in helping to preserve and this evolving language, well, culture rather. But I would say, I would like to leave that up to our professionals within the school with the guidance of our linguists that we have as commissioners and that we've had as inaugural commissioners. And then some of the people that worked within the translation team for the Gullah Bible, but mostly working with linguists to be able to identify deficit and then also being able to identify the speaker. So that's still something we have to work on. This is my introduction, and so there's a lot more work we have to do, much more.
I think, Ms. Goodrich, you're right in identifying PSYOP as a tier 1 component. I think what has been really important in our dialogue thus far, because we're just getting started in this, right? I mean, we just started on October, but what I think is really important to all of us is to just kind of level set and get an understanding of the language, or I'm going to go back. I'm going to say to begin to get an understanding of the language, And I think that's the complexity within doing this so that we can develop an intervention or a supportive approach to help students, you know, accelerate in you know, what do we use to determine that it is that a child needs an intervention, right? An assessment, right? And does that assessment take into account a student who speaks Spanish as a primary language? No. They take the same assessment as somebody who has been speaking the English language the entire time, right? The same is true for a student, or Golichi students, right? That the perhaps the language that they grow up with is not this, it doesn't necessarily appear the same, right? Or similar, right? So there are nuances there that are important to get at and to be able to dissect in order to support the needs of our Golichi students, right? And so while tier one, that's an easy place to start, right? SIOP is tier one and it's an easy place to start. But getting an understanding of what Ms. Smalls has shared with us and has shared with all of you, I think is incredibly important in order to level set our own common language and our own understanding so that as we begin to develop interventions that, to my knowledge, haven't been done before for this particular language, right? We want to position ourselves, try to be as successful as we can with the initiative. So to answer your question, we don't have a tier 2 and a tier 3 right now. We're looking at and we're walking into this and we're trying to take it. I know that's not what you meant, but I mean, but we do understand that tier 1 is really where SIOP is, and we're trying to get a deeper understanding so we can identify what are those tier 2 or tier 3 things, and what are the components of existing language acquisition programs that we have that might be able to benefit here just as well, perhaps. You know, what are the things we currently have in place within our language acquisition programs that we can put in place for this language acquisition.
Right. Yeah. Please do not hear that I expected, you know, I mean, this is amazing in 4 weeks' time what has occurred. It's just that, Dr. Rodriguez, you warned us that if we listen to Ms. Smalls, we have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
That's just all of them that are germinating.
We're just getting started.
Yep, yes, thank you.
Ms. Angela Middleton? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations. Thank you, Mrs. Smalls, for your information. And to address Mr. Stribinger and Stribiger's concerns, from someone from the Gullah Geechee community, I learned how to code switch. So when Ms. Small says that we're bilingual, we are bilingual because we know the academic English, but you can come into my house on any given day and you can hear me and my husband speak to each other and you're like, what are they saying? That is our language. I remember going to the University of South Carolina and there was a group of us from Charleston that went to school together. And when we would get together, our friends would say, oh Lord, the Geechees are talking. And I would say, you better mind. And they knew better than to try to tease us, or they tried to understand. And I think what will happen is as teachers understand the culture and understand the language and they encourage, then students will learn how to code switch. You know, the language will never die. And it's the same thing that Dr. Rodriguez did in his family. I wish my grandmother was still alive because I would call her on the telephone and we would have a conversation in front of you so you could understand the switching, but it'll never die. I applaud you all. In a short period of time, y'all took the charge and you ran with it. And I am very impressed. And Mrs. Smalls, we're gonna have to get together because my husband's from St. Helena Island and you're probably related.
For sure.
Ms. Middleton, you know, I like to say that I'm fluent in English, I'm fluent in Spanish, and I'm fluent in Spanglish. Right? So I don't know what you would call it, but I'm confident that you mix the two in the process. So we call it Spanglish, I don't know what you call it.
Mr. Melvin Campbell?
I'm not ready.
Well, I mean, I have to applaud the effort. And I like the starting point there, or overview of the corridor and where we are as Gullah Geechee speakers. A bunch of stuff I can try to address, but with all due respect, those of us who, well, those of you, not me, but those of you, Victoria, Angela, Dr. Rodriguez, who are formally educated, kind of learn how to do that switch despite the situation. And when you think of it, in most cases, you were the minority in terms of your situation. You were the one child or the second child was Dr. Rodriguez in that whole situation of a greater population. And I'm saying that because when we think about the Gullah Geechee children in Beaufort County, they represent a significant part of the population. And to infuse some of the things Tricia said, Ms. Frederick said, you know, where do we place them? Is it, you know, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, but we're definitely gonna have that level of transition to make, and how do we address it? It's gonna be PSYOP, or it's gonna be something else. But the initial intent is certainly being addressed with what you're doing today. That's what I wanted you to look at and see how we can better educate our population. I mean, and I know it starts right there in those early childhood lessons, and whether to switch or not switch, whether to be embarrassed or not embarrassed by what you say and who you are. And how does that throttle the thought process of the child? And that's what I wanted to look at. And I know it's an overwhelming agenda. I know that. But I know unless we start fixing it, we're not gonna fix it. So that was, I appreciate your effort, and I know you're on the right direction. Thank you.
Mr. Geyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I moved here 14 years ago, and someone said Gullah Geechee, I had no clue what that was. I have learned some about it. I learned a lot more today. And it brought to mind how language and culture are intertwined. And I try to say, what other culture has used language to maintain its culture? And I'm thinking about the Jewish people and how Hebrew, for thousands and thousands of years, have kept that culture alive, and they're proud of that culture. And Gullah Geechee is something to be proud of, to have that and to keep that. So it's an education process, not only for our Gullah Geechee students, it's an education process for our students that come into this area who have no knowledge and no appreciation, to understand it's not something that has to be overcome. It is something that has to be celebrated and built on in our district. And so this is fabulous. I applaud his effort.
I think one of the key things when you're thinking about language and culture, you know, believe it or not, in South Florida, where you have a predominant number of Hispanic students in Miami, in Bay County, Broward County, Palm Beach County. Students who recently arrived, right, who were learning the language, right, oftentimes were embarrassed to speak even their own native language, right? And the charge there is to make sure that they view their language and their culture as an asset to, and a beautiful and wonderful part of who they are.
I wanted to thank you, Ms. Smalls, for a wonderful presentation. It was very informative, and I agree, would echo what a number of the board members and Dr. Rodriguez has already said. I mean, to be bilingual is an asset. It should not be looked at as a detriment. Absolute asset, and I think we need to educate, the other students and the staff of our public school system to see it as an asset and whatever if they are bilingual in some other language such as Spanish or whatever, it's an asset, it's not a detriment, it's something that should be celebrated, as Mr. Guy, I think, used that term. Interestingly, my grandfather, who was a physician, a general practitioner in Massachusetts, he was, I guess probably you'd say, a nerd in terms of schoolwork. His hobby was studying languages, and he knew, I believe, at least 8 languages fluently. And his family, I mean, he was had lived in New England, and the generations before him were New Englanders, so he did not immigrate from another country, but he was just fascinated with language, and it was so helpful. I mean, he, as a someone who was born in 1898 and graduated Harvard Medical School in 1923, and so travel was nothing like it is today. But he and his wife had the opportunity to, I think, go on the transatlantic, whatever it was then, Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth, to Europe, and I don't know, 7 or 8 times, and he just loved using his language skills in foreign countries. So it's an asset, a big asset. I think we would understand each other better too if more people were fluent in something other than English or academic English, as we've talked about. But you gave a great presentation, Ms. Smalls, and very much appreciated. We still have some more hands up. Mr. William Smith.
Good morning, Mr. Smalls. How you doing? Good for seeing you. Yeah. But my questions were some of along the lines of where Mrs. Bridges were talking, where some of her questions were in the tier 2 and tier 3 students definitely would definitely have a concern within that program of inputting this. And also, as you were talking, Mr. Smalls, about your situation, about your situation in terms of going into town and talking, it just it was a very emotional thing for me, because even sometimes on this board, sometimes I repeat questions, or that I'm asked to go over different questions because of maybe of my dialect, and they don't understand. Maybe they didn't kind of understand my questioning or how I talk. And this is a very interesting that we're bringing this up and that we're putting this into the Beaufort educational student. But one of my questions would be in terms of inputting this into the educational process. My question would be, where do we go from here, and what is our next step in inputting this, and how will this be measured to be a part of the process?
Thank you for your question, and thank you for the Gullah greeting. I really appreciate it. Glad to see you on it too. So So I would definitely have to step back for a moment and take guidance from our superintendent and the staff. However, I feel that we have to start with our teachers. Just a suggestion as far as, educating them, having Gullah Study Institutes or symposia throughout the day, much more than what a PD day would be, much more. That's just my suggestion. And then starting from there, educating, of course, continuing the education of the culture and the language with you all and our community. And I'll be closer to the community. Right now, I'm in our office on Johns Island. This is our base of operations. I've been charged to move the base of operations to Beaufort, South Carolina, so I'll be closer to home. And well, not that it's not to the detriment of others in the corridor, but we and the commissioners, myself, a few staff members, commissioners, and some of our specialists that deal with language would be part of your arsenal and part of your skills, your tools that can move this forward. So I appreciate that question, but I would have to lean back and let staff and our superintendent speak on that.
I think honestly, this is, what we're sharing with you today is, in the short time since our conversation on October 5th, the work that we've already begun, right? And so as we blaze a trail, right, we need to understand where we are, we need to understand what we're learning along the way, and then we need to be, intentional about the next steps. And so, I mean, I can't sit here and tell you that this is the next one and the next one and the next one, right? That organically develops from the conversations and the discussions that we have. And I think that's important, that it organically develop as we learn more and as we continue to educate ourselves about language acquisition and Gullah Geechee language so that we can build a program that is, one that we're all proud of and that achieves desired results. One of the things that I learned from the Smalls is sort of the diaspora of Gullah Geechee communities and in different parts of the country, right? So in my short time here, learned about corridor, learned about Gullah Geechee here in the Low Country. But I had no idea that, Michigan or New York or West Coast, so we're continuing to learn, Mr. Smith, and we're going to continue to develop this program organically as we learn more and develop what seems to be effective within language acquisition and try to marry the two so that it's tailor-made.
Thank you. And also, I would just also like to add that, in different parts of even this county, our dialect is different. Depending on wherever you go to, you go from Land's End to Charleston to right here on St. Helena to from Ballpark to Land's End to Scott. Sometimes we also can tell which area people are from hearing them speaking and hearing their dialect and say, oh yeah, you can tell that person they're from Charleston. You definitely from Land's End. I mean, but it's interesting, and I'm definitely glad that we're moving. I was just also hoping to hear a time frame into when we will be closer to putting something together that will be something that the board can vote on and we can have go into the education component to offer a course, or I'm definitely waiting to hear from that. And also I would definitely I see Dr. Bradley is here, who have some roots here. I would wait to hear from him today too. I know he's anxious. I'm hoping he would like to say something because he has roots here. Like to hear from him as well. Thank you.
May I add something to that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that is vital I know that we have different accents when we go to Wadmalaw, Johns Island, St. Helena Island, Beaufort, and all over the corridor, you're going to hear those differences. However, there's a teacher at Harvard, Sun Michaud. He is from Charleston. He's a Charleston Island Gullah Geechee speaker, and he teaches the Gullah and Geechee languages at Harvard to students and community members. And one of the things that is there, how I feel is that they can take that all the way to Harvard. We definitely should be bringing it within the schools where our Gullah Geechee students are. I'm happy for Harvard, and definitely Professor Sun Michaud is someone that we need to use as a resource in a strong way, along with other linguists. One of the things I wanted to say is that we are definitely making huge strides just in the meetings that we've had, and being able to speak with the board, with the invitation extended from the superintendent to be able to share. We know that Gullah is a language, so that's number one. So back in where is it? Some time ago, I don't know, it was a couple of more than maybe 3 or 4 decades ago, Virginia Jarity, she was a public school librarian. She spent most of her life documenting the Gullah language. And she first heard it as a 5-year-old on Young's Island in the Charleston area. And she once recalled, and she says, I fell in love with the language. It sounded like a woman, like the women were singing. And it has a very melodic way of presenting itself. She recognized as a librarian the problems incurred by Gullah speaking students at her school. And she also sought ways to help them survive academically. Survive is bare minimum. What you all are talking about is thriving and achieving excellence. So she was just trying to help them survive, but that was within a system that did not yet recognize Gullah as a true language. We know that now. So we are well above the mark, and we are doing great, making great strides right now. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
So I think we have one more question, Kathy Robach.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I too had the question that Mr. Stribinger had. You know, how do we introduce the academic language? That's kind of where we started with this. How do we get these students to qualify for additional academic services and keep the language alive? Ms. Middleton has said the language is going to stay alive. So you know, I have a daughter-in-law who was born in Poland. And when she moved to the United States, her parents sent her to Polish school on Saturdays. Her older sister grasped it and loved it. My daughter-in-law rejected it all, even changed her name when she turned 18 from Agnieszka to Agnes. And her father speaks no English to this day. So it's an interesting dynamic how she communicates with her dad, because she knows very little Polish because she came over when she was 4. But at any rate, so do we offer, are there places in the community where the kids can go and keep the language alive with their families? By just at home, I'm just wondering if it would be kind of a, you know, a community thing too, to have a place.
So when I was at Penn Center working as Director of History, Art, and Culture, I would invite the professor from Harvard, Sun Michaud, to come and engage with the students so that they could hear their language and understand that it is so important for them to hold on as tightly as they can. So exposing them to Gullah speakers, exposing them to spaces that do that, and definitely having that opportunity at home. There are some parents and families that feel that, you know, that still need the education regarding that it is a viable and important language. There's some that grandparents and older people within our community that may not see it as important because they were brought up in a generation that you don't speak that. You don't talk that way. And it just has to do with some giving some more education. But I also remember working at St. Helena Elementary School as a paraprofessional. And my sister, Lynn Markovich Bryant, she was in a writing lab, and she would introduce the children to Gullah words and stories and literature, a few children's books that were available. And she would incorporate composition, writing with computer skills. And they would learn and hear a story, and they would have a glossary of words, and they would have rules of syntax and rules of the language to be able to build a story of their own. So there's lots of different ways. I'm going to leave that to the specialists that you have right there and you've hired, but I want to be a great support in being able to give you any support and tools that are needed on our end.
Oh, no.
I don't know if there are any other questions.
There's one more.
Go ahead.
Mr. Campbell.
I just wanted to make some comments about what was, what most recent conversation and, when, you know, the intention of this is not so much a focus on keeping the Gullah language and the Gullah involvement alive here. It's infusing that Gullah entity into a process which we have full-fledged and, you know, going on today, just like Ms. Garrity had in her time period, and to create thriving with the English language in these classes. I mean, we still go back home. That's a part of the cultural thing that you probably may not be that familiar with, but we still go back home to these Gullah pockets of family housing and family compounds and family language, and it's still Gullah. And coming into the classroom, they can't break beyond that Gullah. So our thrust is not so much, I don't want our focus to be so much on how we gonna keep that language and that culture celebratory, because it's gonna be there. The question is, how do we get our children to be successful in an academic arena, so that when they reflect and when they go back to carrying on this culture, they're able to do it because they're able to present like Victoria is presented to us. They're able to do a clarification, and I think right now they're breaking down too early to reach that potential. So I don't want to focus too much on the emphasis that you put on, Kathy, in terms of that particular child and her parent. I think this is a much different and unique situation in that we got large numbers of children here in Beaufort County that are Gullah, and they go back home and they're speaking Gullah all around them. But when they come to the classroom, they can't make that switch that was mentioned. And that switch is what our focus ought to be on right now. How do we get them to do it successfully? And it requires a lot more skill set than we have. But we got linguists and potential people that can do it. But at least we're engaging in the conversation, which has never been done before.
Right, we keep getting hands up. Mr. O'Campbell.
I believe that the discussion this morning is very helpful. Not only the language, but knowing your culture, knowing the Gullah culture will help you be a better person. Your behavior will change once you know it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Williams-Smith.
I was going to ask that Mr. Dr. Bradley would give his input because I'm anxious just to hear what he would have to say coming from where he's come from as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for inviting me into the dialogue. I appreciate it. I think one of the things that really Dr. Rodriguez and I and so many other folks on our team have always mentioned is that the business of running a district can oftentimes take you away from the matters of what happens actually in the classroom. So when you talk about facilities or operations or finance, and those things are really, really important. But whenever we get a chance to return back to conversations about what actually happens in the classrooms, we always get really enlivened and energized. And so I think the extent to which we are discussing these kinds of things really kind of hits home for me. I am reminded in listening to this conversation about the immense responsibility that our teachers have to not only kind of master the technical commands of teaching and learning, but to also make sure that their instructional delivery is informed by culture and is culturally responsive, and that there needs to be a clear awareness of the history and culture of the students that are actually before them. And so those are the kinds of things that make me pause to recognize and also empathize with all of the demands that are placed on our teachers, because they are truly, I think, the heartbeat of our district. And so I think as the chief of schools, we need to make sure that we are constantly wrapping our arms around our teachers and to make sure that they have a deep and comprehensive and full professional development regimen that is not just informed by things like, the kind of the programs that we place in front of them to deliver and execute in their teaching and learning, but to also make sure that they're supplemented by so much of what we've talked about today. And so I think as the chief of schools, these are the kinds of things that have resonated with me from this dialogue.
May I add something to that? Am I allowed?
Yes, Ms. Smalls.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. I so appreciate that insight. There was some data research done among school personnel in 1989 that I wanted to share with you quickly. The questionnaires were administered to teachers in the Low Country, not Beaufort County. What Charleston, they refer to themselves as the Low Country. And so that's Johns and James Island. And they were asking teachers about their attitudes towards the Gullah language and their speakers. And the data suggests that school personnel responded negatively to children's use of Gullah language, promoting and even this period. It then suggests that there is a definite need for educational cultural training for teachers working with Gullah speaking children. And this is an attempt to foster recognition of this unique linguistic features of our very viable language. So to that point, thank you so much. Allow me to share that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but I think that if there aren't any other questions, I think what I would just conclude with is that therein lies a significant value in what we spoke about earlier today, which is the African American Heritage Conference and the opportunity to connect our educators and begin that professional growth and development around understanding the local culture and the local context, right? So that we're better equipped to support our students and our children within our classrooms with the kind of things we're talking about today. So thank you, Ms. Smalls, for joining us today, and rest assured that we're going to keep having conversations with you and your expertise on this. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
My question is to Dr. Rodriguez. First, I'd like to say thank you to you and your staff for taking the time out to get this done and bring us back to the board. My next question would be possibly what would you need from the board to for you to give us a window of when we could possibly seeing this start to be implemented in the district, or something to be brought back to us to let us know where we're going at with this tool that in this wealth of information and how we're going to input it. What would you need from us, and what would be the turnaround time on this?
So I think Oops, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for the question. And I think, you know, initially, as we continue to work through this and lay out a game plan, I'm not sure that there's any motion or anything needed today. But eventually, as we head down the road, you know, we may need something like that from a particular you know, place, if there's anything requiring some funding or anything like that that we're going to need. I think the other important piece is to be aware of what we've shared today, right? You may get questions from people in the community and you know, with what you've learned today from our staff and what we're doing, and kind of where we're headed as we grow this and develop this. I think there's valuable, you know, I think engagement that you can have with community people that may have questions for you. I think in addition, being aware of the upcoming conference that we spoke about today, I think our team and our staff may reach out to some of you who have grown up here and sort of have questions about your personal experiences in terms of how we can engineer the right program, if you will, to achieve the desired results that we seek. So, Mr. Smith, I'm not prepared to tell you today that in 2 weeks we're coming back with a fully laid out program for you. What I am prepared to tell you today is that we're going to continue to dig into this. We've got a team that's already launched and invested in this work. We're gonna combine what this team is doing with the work that our language acquisition teams are doing with our multilingual learners, because that's ultimately what we're talking about, and continue the collaboration with Ms. Smalls and with any others that can lend an expertise from their end to what we're trying to achieve and accomplish. I don't have a date for you, just to know that we're going to continue to work at it, and we will come back to you with an update as we continue to make progress on this work.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for all your time that you spent on this, Ms. Smalls, here, because I knew you mentioned you were under time constraints, so thank you very much for giving all your time to us today. All right, so right now it's almost 12:30, and this seems like a good time to break for lunch. We have box lunches over there to the side, and the next speaker would be Tanya, right, Crosby? So is that right? It's
Well,
minority.
it's our team. It's
your team,
it's not her,
okay.
but it's.
So how about coming back at what, 1:10? That would give us 40 minutes, a little more than 40 minutes. All right, so we'll reconvene at 1:10.
work session of October 22, 2021. We are now on to the agenda item of information on the process for minority contracts. Mr. Robert I.
Yes, yes, so myself and Ms. Kaylee Yinger from Procurement will be presenting. I know when this topic came up, I believe Mr. Campbell and Mr. Scrivener both talked about a presentation that we did for the Black Chamber of Commerce some time ago. And we're gonna do something similar. There was no real formal presentation about that. So my plan is to do, kind of give you some of the same information. Before I do that, Ms. Yinger is going to talk about kind of our procurement code and how it's set up and kind of what our rules are on what we're allowed to do on this topic.
Thank you, Robert. Put together a small, kind of just a one sheet reference for you to have and keep to be able to go back and reference what our procurement code says, what the state procurement code says, and the differences in preferences of what we can offer. It has been addressed about minority women business enterprise preference. Currently, there is no preference for minority women business enterprise listed in our code or the state's code. The preferences that are listed in our code specifically, first one and the only one is for tie bid. And how this is pertained is only a local preference. So if we have an invitation for bid or a request for quotes and two vendors come in at the exact same price, the tiebreaker is going to be a local preference. So that one, either manufacturers, the commodity that they're looking for in South Carolina would be chosen, or if they were a resident of South Carolina, which means they have an office here in South Carolina, they would win the tie-breaking bid. And believe it or not, it is actually written in the procurement code that if both of them are residents of South Carolina or if their products are manufactured for that commodity in South Carolina, we actually flip a coin. It is in writing. So the state procurement code, they actually have two sets of preferences. One is for commodity contract preference and one is for service contract preferences. Commodity is for United States end product services. This is for a preference for products that are made in the United States. South Carolina end product preference, which is products that are manufactured and made in South Carolina. And then resident vendor preference, which is for a vendor that has an office here in South Carolina. Their home office could be elsewhere, but they have an office here in South Carolina. Now for service contract preferences, they have a resident contract preference itself, again, an office in South Carolina, and then a resident subcontractor preference for a 2% and 4%. These get a little bit more detailed in the state's procurement code. It would basically mean that the subcontractor would receive resident preference if they, your expenses were either 40% or 60% based on what they were spending on the project. All of these preferences are never even given in the procurement code. They actually have to be taken from the vendor when they submit a proposal, or they have to submit an offer. So they have to claim these preferences, and these preferences are listed in state solicitations. So when a vendor is putting in an offer or a proposal, they claim these preferences, and that's how the state gives it to them. Article 21 of the South Carolina Procurement Code addresses assistance to minority women business enterprise and requires an annual utilization plan, which you are familiar with, and also our quarterly reporting by each agency. The South Carolina Division of Small Minority Business Contracting and Certification, we assist, or they assist, minority and women-owned small businesses with procurement opportunities, and we can encourage participation and report participation. There's currently not a preference offered for minority women business enterprise. And in addition to that, all those preferences I just gave you, that's for the South Carolina Consolidated Procurement Code. Currently, we're not operating under that code. We're operating under a different model code. So we do not use any of those preferences. Tie bid is the only preference that we currently have in our procurement. Any questions? I'll move on to the next topic.
Mr. Dyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the unfortunate opportunity to move in federal procurement arena. And in the federal procurement arena, they do have minority and women. We get for those types of companies that are owned by a minority, Native American, African American, a woman, and gets a actual bonus when the bids come in. And you say, well, why don't we do that in the state? Well, having dealt with that in the federal government, there's a lot of games going on. And they will have figurehead owners who will come up and they say, well, I'm an owner of this company. I own 51% of the stock. And you really look at it, and they do own 51% of the stock. The stock's a penny a piece. It's not truly operated by minorities, and it's a scam, frankly. But it's I can see why South Carolina says, let's let it go based on your own process, your own scoring system to pick the best vendor for you. However, I had a long talk with Larry Holman, president of the Black Chamber of Commerce. He's really convinced that we are not giving fair treatment to local and minority vendors. And I asked him to give me some specifics. Specifics are pretty hard to get. Basically, I think he puts most of the blame on the county and the licensing procedures to get a contractor's license. You have to take a test. You have to have bonding and so on. And so the impediments to be able to be a licensed contractor here seem to be the biggest problem to have that. Is that what you're seeing with people that want to come in and put in and bid? Are you seeing vendors that you say, well, you're not, because you don't have the following credentials, bonding, licensing, or whatever? Did you push those people out because of that?
Absolutely not. From a procurement perspective, I have to report to you, or I have to report to the superintendent and to Ms. Crosby quarterly for Minority Women Business Enterprise, and then she reports to you semi-annually. And in those reports, it shows you how many vendors have submitted that are Minority Women Business Enterprise certified and non-certified. And if you look back at those numbers, they're really small. We advertise nationally, regionally, locally. We put out on vendor registry so that vendors can register with us and are automatically notified when a solicitation is put out. An entire section, which is 9 parts of the solicitation, the 9th section is dedicated completely to Minority Women Business Enterprise for our business policy, where they can sign up, what our standards are, what our goals are. And even when we advertise locally, we reach out directly to the chambers of commerce in Beaufort County and all the local papers and say, look, this is the opportunity that we're putting out. And then we held semi-annual vendor fairs. And unfortunately, we don't get as much local business as we'd like, and even less Minority Women Business Enterprise. And
just to follow up on that, not long after I got here, and we passed the bond referendum, right? Mr. Ronning and I had a meeting. I think it was with Larry Holman and with there were others that were with him that he had brought to the conversation, and we talked about how we advertise. They made a suggestion that we on other radio stations, whether it's we could advertise. We held a fair with them alongside Robert. Do you want to talk about? Yeah, about that, please.
So what I do want to talk about is what we can do, or what we do as well. So your goal is 20%, and we work to achieve that, and as we've heard in the past, we do, as a district, do a lot better meeting that goal when we're doing construction. We're able to find more WBEs in the construction world than some of the others. Because Dr. Rodriguez was mentioning, we did go twice in 2020 to the Black Chamber of Commerce. And when we went in March of 2020, that was just about before the pandemic was, well, no, that was, yeah, before it was really hot and heavy here. And then we promised them that we'd come back in November and report how we did, because what we told all the contractors and what we told them there is the same thing I would tell you, is that we hold these job fairs, our percentage of jobs for those that show up and meet. So what we do is we a lot of times have it here. We'll have our contractors around, and it's kind of just open invitation. Come in, meet our contractors, they take all the names, and we highly suggest that they call them back and look for opportunities to use them. Well, our percentage used for those that show up is extremely high. So our problem, this is what we talked with the Black Chamber, is we need help bringing people in. If we can get people in, we're pretty good at getting them work. And so, and we told them, we tell them how we did from that job fair we had. Now, there were probably about 60 people there. Of those 60 people, not everyone submitted on any kind of proposal, but we did the same thing. We had all our contractors around the room, we introduced them. So of those 60 people, we had contract construction was one, they had 16 sign in. Of those 16, only 3 submitted, 1 was awarded. HG Reynolds had 13 people. Of those 13, 2 submitted on contracts, 1 was awarded. And MBCon had 15 show up. You did. May have lost our microphone. We may have lost the battery. Back. Yep. So with MBCon, they had 15 people that introduced themselves. Of those 15 people, 3 submitted bids, 3 got contracts. And I'm missing one. The one I am missing is Thompson Turner, who I don't remember the number signed in, but they had 3 submitted. Of those 3, 2 were awarded contracts. Our average is somewhere about 67% of those that submit get work. So, and that's what we talked with the Black Chamber about, and what we need to work on is we need more people to come in and give us bids, and we've got a pretty good track record for giving any work. That's our method, is to go out, put the advertise, we went on the radio stations, as Dr. Rodriguez said, put it in the papers, make sure everybody's aware, and just put the 2 groups together. Here's our subcontractors, here's our contractors. Y'all get to know each other and exchange information, and hopefully we'll be able to find work for them. Now, Robert Smalls, our biggest job to date right now. I would like to, I asked the contractor, Mr. Brian Ferris, now this is J.E. Dunn, how they were doing. And I'm just gonna read to you, and we say this. J.E. Dunn, when they were awarded Robert Smalls, one of the main reasons they were awarded it, or one of the things that was really in their favor, was how they discussed their approach to bringing in WBE contractors. So that is considered as part of the award and part of what they presented. And so if it's okay, I'll just read what he had to say. So our outreach to the MWBE community started prior to the award on this project, as it is something we push on every project. Specifically for this project, we held an MWBE meet and greet with our Robert Smalls team and entire coastal operations on March 2nd, 2021 in Hilton Head. And this was their own meeting, not separate from the ones we do, where we had multiple companies come in and meet our entire team. We have also made it a point to include this list and reach out to the other MWBE partners at every pre-construction step. During these steps, we have met companies that maybe couldn't build these larger scopes for several reasons, and we will work to team some of them up with larger contractors to mentor protege relationships. This is a conversation that is had at every one of our buyout meetings with trades. So what are their current stats? So Robert Smalls is a $61.7 million job. We have currently awarded approximately 28 million. So that means they've already bought out 28 million in contracts. So they're almost halfway through their buyout. Worth of scope to our trade partners. Out of the 28 million, we have awarded approximately 6.5 to MWB partners. And then out of the 28 millions, we have awarded approximately 14 million to local partners. So now, and then he goes on to say, well, let me continue reading. Our team is looking into creating scope packages of some of the phase 2 work to accommodate some of the smaller local MWBE trade partners. Scope packages like individual field houses or sidewalks or items we have thought about breaking out and getting more trades involved in the project. While it's difficult to project where percentages will fall at the end, we are off to a good start. I'm hopeful we can continue to create solid MWBE relationships, increasing our overall percentage throughout this project and future work in the coastal region. And that's where he ended. So so that's what we do to try to encourage you. Now I'll take any questions that you have.
All right. Go ahead, because you want to ask a question.
You know, one of the other issues that we suffer from, and it's both a blessing and a curse, and blessing and the curse is that we don't have unions. And one of the constant complaints that I'm getting from some constituents that are contractors is we bid on a project, we use our labor force and our wage rate. And we get outbid constantly because the other guy bid on it, low bid, and got the bid, and they use illegal immigrants and are paying them pennies on the dollar. Is it, you know, since there's no prevailing wage requirement in the state because there is no labor unions, how can we talk to our contractors to make sure that they're not setting up their labor force to undercut the wages required for people that actually live here? Is there anything we can do?
I have a little bit.
Okay, you got an answer?
With our solicitation, our terms and conditions of our boilerplate, we do require that our contractors, our general contractors, list who their subcontractors will be, and they actually have to report that information to us, which is then verified in our pay applications that the finance department sees. And I believe it is written that with our contractors, we require E-Verify, and they have to provide that information with us. You can elaborate with the subcontractors.
Well, I was gonna take it, that is true. I mean, to some extent, I'm gonna answer it this way, which may be a little different. To some extent, our hands are tied, and we need to make sure, as Kaylee is saying, that they're legit, that they're letting us know ahead of time using, and they follow through with what they said. My philosophy on that is, to me, we have to make sure that they are as knowledgeable as possible about the project. Because a lot of times, you miss a project because you don't understand it completely, you know, and those that know it better have more of an advantage. And that's one of the reasons why you set up these meetings and make sure they can talk to each other, because and that's my philosophy on it. We got to make sure they understand it, have a good understanding and knowledge about the project, and that'll make them better bidders. Because what I would answer as well is that that's a common sentiment that you hear, that you will hear from someone that doesn't get awarded the bid. You won't hear that from one that won the bid, of course. That's what you're going to hear from someone that lost out to somebody else.
Okay.
Yes. Something one of the guys said about minority contractors. I know 7 contractors in Beaufort County. But they got it because their wife. And like you said, because they said it was minorities. Now, as far as the Black Chamber, I think they know what they need to do. I work in construction. I've managed 2 construction malls, one in Beaufort and one in Hampton for years. We built schools at Fort Stewart. We had a contract, the criminal justice system up in Columbia. We did several things for the Navy and also the Air Force. And during that period of time, Mr. Williams, he had an office here, manager office, and he tried to get all the small contractors come together and form a corporation. Nobody fully do. Their first question was, who's going to control the money? Yeah. Mr. Steve Green and Mr. Pastor Arthur Cummins tried to do the same thing. Nobody wanted to do it. Yeah. And unless you come together and form a corporation, you're not going to get anything at all. I know this for a fact. Because the way the system is, it's against you. You know, you have large corporation that they will bid on a contract, whether it's construction or custodial, they'll hire somebody to do it for $50. You know, and like he said, you can get a federal contract easier than you can get something to see. You know, I have a contract with the Postal Service. And as long as if I hire, say, 2 people, then that means there's certain things I have to do, like insurance and stuff like that. I had a subcontract with the state some years ago. And it was just me and my kids. And my last time I put in my bid, I'm sitting waiting for the payoff from them. And they said, yeah, you was approved for the contract, but you don't have workers' comp. I said, why not do workers' comp? It's just me and my children. And that's why I couldn't get it. And finally I asked one of the representatives up in Columbia, I was in a meeting up there. And he said to me, he said, we have had a lot of folks come to us and says, listen, we got to cut all this out because we're losing money. See? So that is the thing. And I know Mr. Smith talked about the architect the other day. And I spoke to some architects, some Black architects, since that meeting. And the reason they don't apply is because they have to go to someone else. They go to North Carolina, they go to Georgia. And they don't go through like a hassle that South Carolina has. So that is the thing. And until Black Chamber get together and help these guys form a corporation large enough, they are not going to make anything. MB Khan, some years ago, when they had a contract in Savannah, Georgia, and they were working with some local minorities. And today, one of those, she has a construction company, a large construction company because of MB Khan. So you have to understand how to get into the system. And these large, like MB Khan and all the rest of them, they will work with you. You know, but if you don't want to do that, then you will not get nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. So Kaylee, can you explain a little bit more your note that you have there? So why do we use preference number 1, but why don't we use number 2? And what's your personal opinion about it? Can you just say more about that, please?
I can. So we are currently operating under a model code that I believe was developed in 2008. And as you know, changes cannot be made to the model code. They have to stay substantially similar to the state. The only thing that we have the option to change is exemptions, and that is by the authority of the board only. And then those have to be sent to the state fiscal accountability authority, approved, and then we reinstate our code. So it hasn't been updated since 2008 with the exception of exemptions. So the state has developed a new model code, which I'm pretty sure everybody is aware of or has been. In 2019, 2020-ish, they came out and went through all the legislative work and came back down, and then the state developed a school model code that is currently under review by the procurement department and the remainder of finance, and we will be bringing that forward to the board in the future.
Melvin Campbell?
I'm not sure where we are with this, but our policy is, I think, the focus. What's our policy in terms of trying to encourage that, like 20%? What do we do other than what you mentioned, Robert? And how do we cross-reference? How do we look at it and say, how can we do a better job? Not, I heard Mr. Campbell talk about what the companies need to do. They are where they are. But if our policy is one that's a possibility, is there anything else we can do? I mean, and I'm looking at, I'll give you an example of what I looked at as a distinct possibility is our landscaping contracts. All the county schools, I think they're given last year to the Greenery and Bright View. And I know both companies are pretty well equipped, but they also use minimum wage employees. And I'm thinking, why can't those contracts be subcontracted or split into some type of minority issuance if we are vigilant about what we're trying to do? That's just an example. I don't know where the other points would be. I'm sure, we don't have minority, local minorities to start with to build, Robert Small's International Academy, but the bottom line is there are pockets of things that we can look at that we can say, hey, these are pointed, because I think the board policy, the intent, Earl can tell me that I'm wrong, but the intent was to increase minority involvement in some of the contracts that the school district allows. Going through the rules and regulations is one thing, but our policy is a subset of those things. It's a little bit pointed. And we stay general, then we don't need that. We can just take that policy out. So, I'm concerned about what we're doing. Other than engaging the Black Chamber of Commerce, who's probably got their hands tied in terms of what they can do, how are we looking at what we've got?
To address the original comment about Bright and Greenery, so we did try to break those up into, but we actually didn't try, we actually did. We broke up the bidding into clusters so that vendors could bid on clusters alone, because we do know that there are smaller vendors out there who can't take on the entire school district. It's a very large job. And we do try to do that when available. Unfortunately, Bright and Greenery were the only two who bid on the project. So with the RFP, it was split up between those two vendors, but you are correct. We cannot make vendors submit we can only do our best to get them out there, the information, and maybe us doing a better job of getting information out there and engaging the community may be a priority that we need to look into.
And just to add to that, that's where we've got a pretty good percentage of those that show up. We gotta find, and that's why we reached out to the Black Chambers, to find ways to get contractors to show up. And any suggestions anybody has, we're more than willing to address those. Any groups that want us to come talk to them, we'll be more than willing to talk to them, because, you know, with what we're able to do, that is, you know, the ammunition in our gun is to go out and just make sure people know what we're doing, what opportunities are there.
Mr. Williamson?
This is a interesting conversation. Just to speak to the point of which, first let me start with Mr. Earl Campbell started off with. I agree with what the Campbells have said, but in terms of the question to what one of them said was that they know that they can't compete, or they know that we're shutting them out. So my question is, what are we going to do about them not being able to get contracts? And just to dig in, just to speak to it a little bit more clearer, what it is very, when I've talked to these contractors and to these different people in the community, what they're saying that it is very devastating to come to meetings and to hear what we expect, and then they can go right to Charleston, not even North Carolina, or different counties and get contracts. I think it behooves us as a district, as a board, because also within the procurement code, there are things that we can do as a board, as a district, better yet, to tailor it towards the minorities if we really want it there. Because like I've said in the past, you have certain counties that are getting 20 and 30% of minorities. So the question comes, what are they doing so differently that where we aren't doing? So that's what it comes down to. And it comes down to, the question to me is, do we really want to have a certain percent of minorities? That's what it really comes down to. Are we willing to bend and meet the needs of our taxpayers? Because at the same time, it comes to a point where it's concerned that we go out for bond referendums and things like that, and we ask people for money, but then we're not willing to help them make money to pay towards our bond referendums. And saying that, someone made a reference about the Black Chambers. What I think Mr. Holman was stating at is that we can offer, or we said that we want minority workers, but the question is, we know that we jack up the insurance to say that we want to be have a $2 million, or we want to be a certain level of insurance, and it has to be a certain type of insurance. So when you really look at it and you start analyzing it and see what the district requires, that is what tells you what pool of people you can have serve you. And we know the businesses that we have here, for instance, even in Grass, we have in Beaufort County, we have several tons of African Americans who cut grass. But because they don't have a huge company, are we saying that they're not as valuable as the larger companies are? Because I tell you what I do notice, that all these huge companies, who are working for them, and even some construction and cutting grass, minorities. So we can get the minorities to work for the country, to work for the actual company for them, but we can't give the minorities contracts. That's a problem. And it's a revolving problem. And I don't care about the corporations or none of that. It comes down to what insurances and what the MOU, I'm not the MOU, what goes out in the procurement is and what the procurement is asking for and requesting for. So if we request for a different approach in a different image, in a different amount of insurance and different things, and if we gear it towards the minorities, then we will get minority contracts. But I don't believe that the district, from where we are right now, we're saying we want it, but we're not willing to bend to get it, and that's a problem. So we're not putting our action where our mouth is, and to me that's just a problem, and that is definitely how people in the community feel. So this is a very touchy subject for the community. I've had several people that have asked me, have stopped me, and told me that y'all say one thing, Mr. Smith, and sometimes I don't have any comeback for it. I don't know what to say. So this is a something serious that we need to really think about. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I mean, I think this is something that is really important to all of us. And so if you know a particular county that is getting 20 and 30%, please let me know, because I want to call them myself. I want to call the superintendent myself. I want to call my team to call their counterparts, so we can find out what is different or what they're doing, because I would love for us to hit 20 and 30%. So please let me know which county that you're aware of, because that'll help us.
The last time we had this discussion, Dr. Rodriguez, I believe Carleton County was one of those counties, and we did discuss that with Mrs. Crosby, and I believe she said she was going to reach back out and get back to us on that.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have. Go ahead, Kyle.
I presented that information, I believe, last fall, it was about November 2020, to the board, and Colleton County has not made their 10% goal in the past 3 fiscal years.
I will say, Charleston County, Charleston County, I believe, has met their goal, but theirs is minority, women, business, and local. So when they say they meet their 20% goal, it includes local vendors as well. And if you heard the numbers we just talked about, with Robert Smalls, we're probably 50% local and 30% minority right now. So.
Mr. Gardner?
Robert, I attended a couple of the job fairs that we had here in this building, and participation was very, very poor. One of the suggestions I heard from constituents was, well, it's because you had it during the week and we're working during the week. You can't go back in. Has we had any thought of having these job fairs in the future conducted on Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon? Yeah, see if we can get better participation.
Yes, sir. We were aware of that comment. And this year, we usually have these job fairs about February. So we will have a weekend version this year based on those comments we heard. And I'm up for suggestions. Y'all tell me, times, places, where is the best way to do it, and we'll go there. So, because to me, that's the key. We've got to put ourselves in front of the people that want to do the work, and we got to be more successful at that. And I'm up for suggestions.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say, kind of to Colonel Geyer's point, you asking for suggestions. Now that we've learned with the pandemic, Zoom during the week might be easier for those that do have to stay in their offices or out on sites and things like that. So if we couldn't do a weekend one, then perhaps a Zoom one. And there are different types of platforms to where you could do it, where you invited the MB cons and did the connection. I can give you the name of a couple platforms where you can actually separate people out into tables and connect them that way. So I'd be happy to let you know about.
Kathy Robach?
Does the procurement code specify insurance limits and insurance requirements for companies that are applying for work?
There are thresholds listed in the procurement code. I'll have to go back and double check and see if it is.
Excuse me, I apologize. Can you repeat that question? I didn't hear it. I apologize. I didn't hear it.
I asked if the procurement code specifies levels of insurance that must be required with the minimum level of insurance.
I do not believe there is an actual number listed because I believe it's a threshold that you have depending on your operating budget, which is the way that it works with procurement code, but I will go back and double check and see if that number is listed as a solid number that you have to have. I believe most of those are set by our insurance and by our risk manager, but I'll have to address that with Jennifer Staten as well.
Right, Keith? So yes, we would publish in the RFQ the insurance amounts, and usually that's what's advised by the risk manager.
Mr. Smith?
Actually, I believe that it does state a level, like I believe you have to have like a GS, so you have to have a certain type of insurance, which puts you into a certain bracket of level of work that you can do. I believe based on your level of bond of being bonded. I think that I believe I will have to brush him back up on it, but I believe that's what it is. But I'm not sure. We'd be interested to bring that back up. But and just to go back into the point of having these meetings, what we have to realize is that we've created a culture, and when I say we as in Beaufort County School District have created a culture that there's a narrative with a negative connotation in the African American culture when it comes to contracts, regardless of how any of us feel. So they really don't feel like they feel that as though why even try to attempt to get the contract when they already know that they don't want us with the contract, or that the fact of the matter is that they know we don't have the capital to get the contract. So even trying to possibly saying that, oh, well, we don't want to go to the meetings and we want to meet with these people, or we want to meet with the community the people who want the contracts, it's hard to get them because they've had a bit of taste and they've had so much negative to come from it. So I think that the most important thing will be to start back building a relationship with the community and let the community know, hey, we do want y'all to have the contracts. We are willing. And I believe that needs to come from the board on down to show the community that we do want them to be able to get contracts, and that we are willing to do things to meet the needs of the average ordinary people who are in these communities, who are interested and who have the equipment and who have the skill set for these contracts. Because like I said again, a lot of these same contractors come to Beaufort County and they hire a lot of these same African American minorities to do these jobs. But the crazy that they can do the job, but they can't get the contract. So that's the narrative that we have as a board, we have to change as well. I mean, yeah, I understand that Rodriguez has a staff, but the question is how much of it are we actually engaging in and making sure that that narrative change. We talk about it and we tap on it, but we really don't actually dig into it and work on it. And I think that's the problem. So the problem come in, maybe we may need to sit down and look at what it actually takes and see what are the pros and cons and what we can do to help them get contracts and what may not be best in the best interest of the district. I understand we would have a staff to it, but from the board level, it's no different from a couple years ago when county council said, look here, we understand y'all went over y'all budget. We want you to take another dive and look at the budget again as board members or whatever. And as the board, we had a special meeting and we took another deep dive and they passed it. That's the same thing here. I believe we have to take a serious, real approach to mend a relationship with the African American contractors relationship, because a lot of them feel as though the district is just not willing to bend to allow them to get contracts. So I think that's where it needs to be starting at. Thank you.
You want to respond?
It's in general to that. I have a kind of separate comment. So
Okay.
Well, go ahead. So what Kaylee said to me as well is just to remind everybody that we're kind of held to the requirements in the ethics code. I'm gonna respond to this in multiple ways. So there's a couple options there. So the other option is change the code. Well, that's on the state level. That's really where bodies such as yourself can get involved and help us. If it's changed on the state level that an MWB preference can be allowed, then that's something that can go forward. Without that movement, we don't have much ability to address it in that fashion. The other thing I would say, and I just want to bring to everybody's attention, is that one of the things, and Mr. Campbell alluded to it earlier, is firms like MBCon, and as Jay Dunn is proving right here, one of our ways, at least in the construction world, for contractors to start to gain experience and work with it and all that, is through one of these larger companies, because we do encourage them and to mentor and bring up smaller minority firms. And that's how they get some of the numbers that they've been getting. And even in the letter I just read to you earlier from J.E. Dunn, is that's one of the things they're looking to do. They're trying to find firms that they can bring up and partner with and mentor, because the more firms like that we have in this area, the more likely we are to meet these goals and the more likely we all are to be successful. And they recognize that. So anybody in the construction world that's interested, I can't speak for anything else, but I would recommend that they reach out to our contractors, our CMRS contractors, and see if there's not an opportunity, because if they can't get the bonds or the insurance, MBCon or J Dunn, a lot of our contractors will help them with that, and or will bond them for it. So that's the way to start if they're interested.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
I just want to address something Smith said, what we can do as a board. For several years now, we have sent several letters to delegation. Because that's how Carleton County got theirs kind of tailored down. But we did not respond to us. You know, and so as far as minority contractors getting jobs, and the way the procurement code is written, nothing's going to change unless the delegation help us do it. And we have sent them several letters. We sent them a copy of the letter from Carleton County, how they did this, and they never respond back to us. Thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
So, we are where we are. Question, and maybe somebody can answer this. Can we put things into our RFP, we call it, so that the companies that are bidding can guarantee a certain amount of minority movement, per se? Is it got something active that they're engaged in, like you said, MBCon might have a JE done, actively trying to engage more minorities in what they do, some way or another, that we can highlight that when we do select one of the companies? But can we put something into our contract with these individuals that can guarantee that they're actively doing what we may not be able to do?
So section 9 of any solicitation that put out, especially for CM at risk or even professional design services, excuse me, that we use with architects. Section 9 is the statement of intent and goes into the business policy and the minority women business enterprise and our goal and what we require as participation from them. I will have to reach out to the state to see if it is allowable, because our boilerplate, I know this is a lot. The boilerplate of the solicitation is written from the state's compendium, and we condense it down into our boilerplate for ourselves. I don't know, there is a fine line between making an RFP so restrictive with certain requirements that may be outside the scope of work that could actually harm us getting bids in. And when that happens, we can cancel and rebid, cancel and rebid. So I will check with my contact at the state to see if that's something that can be done. I think that is a great idea, but make sure that we're not crossing any boundaries.
Yeah, and also, I mean, even if it's just a bonus application to the process, even if it's not written, but it's written that having that as a part of your your presentation to us is a bonus, even though it's not a requirement, you know, that might also belong us to some inroads of at least them showing us what they're doing or telling us what they're doing so that we can feel good about why we are selecting that company because they are doing this and you know, they may have something ongoing that we can borrow and the idea is that it grows minority participation one way or the other, you know.
So some of our selection criteria or award criteria that we listed in section 6.0 of our solicitation is multiple and movable. We can choose what we want the criteria to be. Some things like architects and seniors, we can't choose that. That's set way above us. But with other companies, we can, and we like to use this category called the best interest of Beaufort County School District, so that it is, we have the ability to see, you know, what is important right now, what is highly visible, what is the most important thing to our stakeholders, and are they addressing this in their solicitation or in their proposal, not in their solicitation, their proposal or their offer, and how will they fit with us? And it's a small category, you know, don't make it 50%. You know, some things would be cost or anything else, but that's a category that we use for those things so that we don't have to restrict the process so much.
You can't make it influential. I mean, you have to make 50%, but I'm just saying, you can make it where they take note of that category. As
Yes.
opposed to dismiss it and say, nobody's got anything there, you know, so we're still gonna get our 89% rating because we don't address that. But you can't make it where it has to be addressed competitively.
Can be addressed by the evaluation committee that is selected to evaluate those proposals, yes.
That's maybe a direction that we might go
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question, because Mr. Campbell mentioned that there had been letters sent to delegation, so I was wondering when was the last time that we saw. When was the last time that there was a letter sent to the delegation about changing the?
I'll have to check with Robin. I know it was maybe about a year ago.
Was it
Yeah,
here?
about a year ago, we sent them another note. And we still have to
Since we came.
Right.
Okay,
And we haven't responded.
thank you.
Mr. Smith?
And also I would just ask Dr. Rodriguez, the staff, when I had my last meeting and so some people came up to me and they were talking about this same topic, and the one of the questions was I know I told them that we did use, I believe, Mr. Neal, but Neal Construction, and I know that Neal Construction does have the insurances that we have. You know, have we went out and approached Neal Construction to possibly Bill Roberts Malls, or have we, you know, asked them to make bids, and have we tried to work with them to get them to come to the district? I mean, because I do believe that this is Neal Construction is building buildings on Powers Island, as well as the air station, and as well in Charleston County school districts. And that was one of the things the guy was, at first I was not sure, and I did my homework. He was correct. So, you know, that is a minority contractor right here in Beaufort County.
So to answer your question, yes, we've had conversations with Neal Construction. He is currently working with, I believe, 2 of our contractors on southern work right now. He is not put in a bid for Robert Small. He's never, that I'm aware of, he's never put a bid on his own for any of our work, for any of our projects. And I don't think he's bonded high enough for, say, Robert Small. So he's in the pipeline now, and I think this year was one of the first times I'm aware that he's done any subcontractor work with any of our contractors.
Okay, next is Ingrid Boatright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, both of you. It sounds like we're doing everything we can. I don't know much about the procurement code yet. That's like on my to-do list of things to get better acquainted with. It's very complicated. And I know that, I think that the public needs to be aware, I think that there are a lot of restrictions on what we can do, and we're doing as much as we can within those restrictions. My thought has always been, and I just want to throw this out there as a board member or as in the school system, we're expanding our CATE. And I know we have construction at ACE and we have welding at ACE. And I know we're looking to expand some of those programs, May River, Battery Creek, Hilton Head. I think it would be great to look at incorporating at some point a entrepreneur business aspect to our CATE program so that these minority students that are going into these CATE programs and learning these trades, when they come out of those programs, they also have a sense of how to set up a business. Because to me, I think that's one of the most intimidating aspects. I mean, it's a lot of paperwork. And if you come from a background where maybe your father was a contractor or you go to college, you have more a higher level of comfort. But we need more contractors, period. I don't think we're in the bird seat on rejecting and getting bids. I mean, I think everyone's scrambling to get good quality contractors. So as we go forward, I think from an education standpoint, I would love to see, tax planning, licensing, understanding the differences in corporation as part of our CATE offering so that we are graduating people that are in a position to take on these kind of projects, or at least at, starting level and then move their way up.
Earl Campbell? I was just gonna say that, Mr. Neal did do some work for people kind of several years ago. I don't know, I can't remember what school he did. And also, many of our students that's in the CATE program, when they graduate, they have started their own business, several of them have already started their own business.
Mr. Smith and Dr. Rosinski, I think your hands didn't go down, but.
No, actually, I wouldn't finish from the last time when I spoke. You just called. I thought I answered one question, so I just left it up so I could ask another question.
Go ahead.
And actually, the comment that I was going to make is that I don't want to come across that I am not totally happy with where we're at, but I think that we have a lot of growing to do, and some of it's going to come from the board. And I do want to thank the staff for putting in the work that they do put in. But I just think that sometimes we just have to push a little more harder, and that's what I want to convey. And I do think that we should reach out to, and I do believe that the Neal Construction Company may have the correct insurance. And sometimes I believe that we have to go a little above and beyond to make our goals, to ascertain what we want as a district. And we may need to lead the way in South Carolina of us not having actually people calling us and asking us, how did we get that 20% or that 30%? Because I believe that we can do it together. With that, I'm done. I'll see you guys at the top, because I believe that we will be the #1 district and that we can get these things and other things accomplished. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez?
If there aren't any other questions, well, I just wanted to just thank not only these staff members, but all of our staff members today for their presentations today and their preparedness to share what we're doing and what we're executing on with the board and the public today. So thank you all.
Not done yet, though. I also want to especially thank Molly behind me. She's done a great job flying solo. All right, do you want to press on, or do you want to?
How much is left? I mean, come on.
I don't know. One thing. All right. So the last item on the work session agenda is review the South Carolina School Boards Association 2021 Delegate Assembly Handbook. And I'll just give a little background, perhaps more for the public than for the board members, but the South Carolina School Boards Association annual business meeting is held in conjunction with the legislative conference and the delegate assembly annually, and it's usually in early December. And according to the South Carolina School Boards Association Constitution, the delegate assembly is the policymaking body of the association and is composed of certified voting delegates from active member boards.
The number of votes allocated to each board is based on the pupils enrolled in public elementary and secondary schools as per the ADM from the State Department of Education. And Beaufort County Board of Education has 8 delegate votes at the meeting this year, 2021. And I think in the immediate past, we had only 7. I was the one that added this to the agenda because the delegates that go to this meeting, the assembly, need to represent and vote on behalf of our entire board, not just on what they think is appropriate. And that's why I thought we needed to have a discussion today about the handbook. As you realize, that last summer or late spring, we voted and put together, we submitted a resolution this year, and it was to basically increase our step increases for teachers above the 23rd year to increase it by 5 steps up to 28 steps, but that was not accepted by the SCSBA's board of directors and did not and will not proceed to the assembly in December. And I already reported out to the board that Debbie Elmore specifically told me the reason they didn't accept it was because they already have a resolution that says that we want to have teacher salaries at the national average, and they felt it was redundant, and that's why I didn't go any further. The prior year, so that would have been late spring of 2020, we did submit a couple of resolutions, as I recall, 2 or 3, and one was accepted and then approved unanimously by the delegate assembly in December of 2020. And that is in this booklet. It's on page 25. It's number 4, the broadband expansion statewide. So that was ours. So be proud. It says adopted 2020. So Robin queried the board members not too long ago, and I believe there are 4 of us that have signed up to go to the conference and we're given the opportunity to be delegates if you would like. And I know it's Earl, me, David, and Angela. So since there are 8 votes, what we've done in the past.
Your microphone.
Oh, no, it's still on. Okay. Maybe I just wasn't close enough, like I tell everybody else to be. So since if everybody wants to be delegate, you don't have to be a delegate, but so each of us would have 2 votes. That's kind of what we've done is just each person can have 2. So the resolutions are listed on page 22 and 23. And I don't think we really need to go through each one individually. Hopefully you've all looked at this in advance of today's meeting. And if you specifically have things that you feel that the board members that are attending, you would like us to address at the delegate assembly, this is when we need to bring it forward so we all hear what the board wants. I can, while you're looking, I'll keep talking, which I usually don't, but so when Earl and I attended the regional advocacy meeting a week ago, this was also focusing on the legislative resolutions for the upcoming legislative session. They listed out 8 resolutions that they specifically think directly or indirectly impact school board governance. And those were board training in underachieving school districts, fiscal economy and affairs, health insurance coverage for boards, impact fees, local district fiscal impact statements, local legislation, nonpartisan election of school board members, and school start date. I'm gonna, Earl, you might like to give some comments because I know you and I always seem to be especially interested in this, and I don't know if, I think, having read through this booklet, having attended the advocacy meeting,
I don't see any issues, big issues with what their resolutions, you know, that are proposed here. I can't really think of anything that seems glaringly needs to be rewritten or modified or whatever word you want to use. So what would you like to say, Earl? Would you like to?
Well, I don't have to these, my only concern is, I don't think that would happen in this district, but I think that the district that they are talking about, that taking it, the Department of Education and State taking the district over. If you look at those districts are predominantly black districts. They didn't have good teachers. They didn't have the funding, and that's the reason why it happened. And those districts went to, in fact, they went to court and won. And the legislators still have not funded them the way that the court said. We were part of that because we were supporting Jasper County at the time when the suit was filed. So I think that the legislators need to do their job first. They're talking about when they take over a district, it can go from 8 to 10 years. You know, so and then when they will appoint the board members. The governor will appoint one member. The Department of Education will appoint one, and I think the delegation will probably have 3. We have 5 on the board. Those are some of my concerns. I think that it's not happening to us, but if South Carolina want to move forward, then they have to change their way of thinking, of the attitude toward education. And so far, my time I've been going, they have not. Thank you.
Ms. Rowland.
Yes, I'd just like to state the obvious. I think that a couple of the issues that we've been talking about are listed in here. Number 12, fiscal autonomy. Number 15, impact fees. And number 13, full funding of education mandates. I believe when I first came on the board and we wrote our legislative priorities, that was one from back then. It's still there. So I just wanted to point that out.
Ms. Figures?
Yeah, I'm gonna make the same comment as Kathy. There are so many things in here that we are advocating for. One of them talks about the start date, number 28, the school start date, and that was one of our recommendations. Number 33 talks about mental health services. So as I was reading through this, this mimics a lot of what we are trying to do as a school board. So thank you to those of you that have volunteered to go and be delegates.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Kathy and Ms. Vidrich already said in regard to the items that we have, been advocating for. There's one that I take a little bit of issue with that hasn't been revised since 2014. And the main reason why I take issue with it is just because I have some personal knowledge and history with this item. It's number 32. It's the tuition tax credits and vouchers. In 2015, I believe, is when the educational tax credit was issued for exceptional needs children in South Carolina. My daughter was a recipient of that and was able to receive services privately because the services that she was getting publicly were not enough to fit her needs. And that was very young in her life. And I normally do not speak on this, but it's something that I'm very passionate about because my child was a direct beneficiary of this policy in South Carolina. And I think that it's very, it serves exceptional needs children very well. And I think that the language here doesn't take that into consideration. And so I think that in looking at the exceptions to what ESBA might be amenable to considering is that children with exceptional needs can benefit greatly from educational tax scholarships, credits, vouchers, whatever you call it. And it is my understanding But the way that it's structured in South Carolina, is that it does not take any funds away from public schools. It's a tax credit to families who need special services for their exceptional needs children. So that's something that just the language that they have here, I don't think necessarily takes into full account the policies that are presently law in South Carolina, and I think it needs a revision. So if anybody has any questions about it or wants to discuss it, I can answer. Hopefully.
So I guess, so what would we do, given what your comments are? Do you want to, so we have, one of the reasons why I brought this forward, this is the last work session we have before this meeting, December 4th. So do you want to, you have a policy meeting on Monday. So you can still add that to the agenda and then repost the agenda, because it'll still give you the 24 hours. And the policy committee could come up with wording to recommend to the board, we could vote on it, and then we could bring it forward as delegates at the meeting, because changes can be made to these at the meeting. But like I already said when I made the introduction, we want to be sure that we're advocating what the board wants, so we have to have a vote on it. Yeah. So
If we did bring it to policy, would we be able to vote on it prior to everything then? Is your understanding?
yes, what I'm thinking is exactly that you'd bring forward our next meeting. We're having on Monday, we're having agenda setting for the business meeting that's 8 days later. So that would give us enough time for your committee to come up with the wording, vote on what wanted they bring to the board for our the first meeting in November. So that would allow us enough time. It's, close, but.
So I'd have to ask my other committee members on policy, just because that November meeting, unfortunately, that's the one I'm going to miss this year. But I want someone else to bring it forward.
Yeah, you can just, how about deciding that in the policy?
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah. So, anybody opposed to the suggestion I just made? Because if you are, let's have a motion, what you think is more appropriate right now.
No,
Could you repeat that motion? Could you repeat that?
No, it's not a motion, Mr. Smith. Hold on, Kathy's.
I'm not opposed to discussing it, but to fully discuss this, I need the legal reference to the law. I need to understand exactly what is proposed in this law. Rachel, so
What the exceptional needs credit is.
what this is opposing.
That's, well, and that's what I'm kind of getting at, is that they reference the original tuition tax credit proposal, Put Parents in Charge Act. And that was prior to 2014 is when this was revised, but the exceptional needs credit came in the 2015 section. So it doesn't reference even the current law.
Okay, and that's what I'd like to have you bring to, so
Okay.
that I have the law,
Yeah.
so that I can make an informed decision when we're discussing.
Okay.
So I'm curious, Ms. Cartledge, are you familiar with the current law for this, that's not referenced here, since this was last, so this is page 39 in the handbook. It's number 32. And it says, this was last revised in 2014. But, yeah, because I'm gonna need to have, what is the current law?
Policy on Monday.
Yeah,
What, if I may, Madam?
yes, go ahead.
So in my personal opinion, this resolution 32 lumps all of the various tax credit vouchers and things like that into one resolution. And the specific one that I'm talking about is for exceptional needs children. And that's the one that I'm most familiar with. So that's what I kind of take umbrage with, is that it's lumping them all together when there's different children that are served by various different ones. So.
Okay. So Ms. Bowe?
I am not exactly sure what we're doing here, so I'm just gonna start flailing around a little bit and you'll just guide me to the appropriate outcome. If I was to go to Washington or to Columbia right now, I think there's a couple things that are not in here. But, they're talking about increasing federal oversight of ESSER's money, which a lot of states are pushing back on. I would like to see them bring that up because they're talking about a massive burden on school districts. to comply. Secondly, I think that at some point they're going to need to address what's going on with the National School Board Association. Philadelphia. Pennsylvania has left the National School Board Association. Several other schools are considering leaving because of the rhetoric used by the National School Board, labeling parents as domestic terrorists, which I would like to say publicly is not a position nor do I think anyone on the board supports here. And I take offense at that characterization as a parent. And I know that we got a letter from Scott Price. I couldn't find it right this second, but I think they need to at least address that elephant in the room. So I don't know if this is appropriate to what we're doing right now. And the third thing that I would love to see on this at some point, I don't think this is the right time, but allowing us to hire DACA students as teachers. Right now, we are prohibited from hiring DACA as teachers. I have no idea if that was appropriate.
And so I'll respond, and I'm not sure whether I really have the expertise to answer. So let's start with your last one. Hiring DACA is prohibited by state law.
You can't be certified. You cannot get certified.
Okay, so that's out of our jurisdiction. That would be.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what we're doing here.
I think that would be the State Department of Education.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just
Okay,
don't know
that's
what
fine.
this
Okay,
is.
so we'll cut that off. And the NSBA, I don't think this, from having attended this meeting in the past, I don't think this would be the place to bring up, you know, whether we'd like to push to withdraw from NSBA. I think that might be something that.
Not us. I'm saying, what's South Carolina SBA's response to the national thing? What's their position? They should have a statement or something that they're, I would think.
So why don't I reach out on Monday to Scott Price and just see what, maybe we can just get that answered, yeah, exactly what have they, how have they responded to that? And your first one was specifically, what about ESSER?
They're saying now there's concerns about how nationwide districts are spending ESSER funding. And they gave examples like one school district in Texas built a new track and field and one, you know, different. And so they're saying, well, now the federal government wants to put in a bunch more oversight and not post hoc rules, to basically make it more compliant. And so the districts are upset. A lot of school districts are upset because we're probably looking at hiring additional staff, et cetera, to comply after the fact. And so a lot of districts are saying, we don't need that. We're going to report to the federal government. You guys do your own data collection and assessment. Don't dump it back on the districts. That's more or less the thing. But again, this may not be the place for that.
Yeah, I don't think so, because you already have a reporting system for the, how the ESSER fund, you know, first to get ESSER funding, approved, and then you have a reporting system after.
They're talking about adding layers now and adding.
Right, but that's not to the SCSBA, so I don't think this would be a place for that.
Okay, see, there you go. Yeah, I had no idea what we're doing here, so.
All right.
And share.
So do we have any other comments or questions? And I concur with, I think Kathy mentioned and Tricia mentioned, yeah, to me, the vast majority of what's written here for the resolutions, it's mostly the same year after year. And I definitely think it's things that you have our school board, our local school board, 11 of us would support.
Can I ask a question? But if like with the DACA thing, that's something we can put on next year, right? When you put out a request, or does that just have nothing to do with it?
So in late May, I believe it is, or I should say it's late spring, maybe it's April or May. The School Boards Association will send us a notice if we, for we'd like to submit any legislative proposals for this, you know, for the upcoming delegate assembly, and I believe they're due on June 15th.
And then if they accept it, it goes into this book.
Exactly, because their board of directors, you know, wordsmiths the language no matter what you submit. And then the assembly in December, i.e. the active board members that are there do the voting, yeah. All right, so I think we
don't ask.
No, that's good. So I think we covered that as we need to. So our next, so on Monday, there are 2 board meetings. There's policy at 3:30 and then there's agenda setting at 5 o'clock. Dr. Wisniewski.
If we have a future agenda topic to bring up today or just send you.
You can do either, I mean, you can email it or we can do it right now. It's not on here, but,
Well, I was just gonna request, I've been hearing a lot about school lunches and our meal service. And I was just wondering if Dr. Rodriguez could provide an update. I know that there's supply issues and staffing issues, but if you could just update us on at your next soup report.
Will do.
Thank you.
anybody else? All right. There being no further business for the work session, we can adjourn by unanimous consent. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?